lot of people are having all sorts of issues happening this week, hey? Okay, so we're running live. So this is the round table. So far, Gabriel and myself are here. Sorry that we're late. That was me. I have to run after my little boy, do my thing. Multitasking today. They said men can't multitask. Well, to that. We can, we're just not good at it. So we've got myself, we've got Slick here, the Slick Dissident. He's an awesome cosmologist and focuses as a primary focus on the Greek mysteries and the mysteries of the innate, which I consider to be the Greek Kabbalah, and the ancient mysticism of India is very connected to this, as we've been exposing over the last, I don't know, 3 weeks, month. It seems to come up. Slick does wonderful shows on his channel. Do check it out. And I'd love to give you a chance to introduce yourself, brother.
Right on, my man. Happy Saturday. Thanks for having me yet again. Yeah, Slick Dissident is my YouTube channel. It's been a shared learning experience for most of its run. Recently, I've taken it into a much more artistic kind of flair, where I am doing a lot of creative speculation. Creative speculation is a good way to explain why I've taken it more into the artistic side of things. And I realize, all my life I've been a martial artist, and I've done a decent job of also performing as a healer in this world. And the aspect that I really think will serve me the most through the home stretch of this glorious journey is the artist. I got the martial figured out when I was young, and now it's time to get down with the artist. And so, yeah, that's the little turn I've taken on my channel. And yes, I have a focus on the Enneagram. I am a student, perpetual student, and a occasional teacher, apparently. And yeah, that is something we did. We kind of shared last week how, I put down all of the Greek pantheon on the Enneagram with a solid amount of confidence. I'm like 90% sure that these Greek personalities of their heavens fit the Enneagram very solidly. And I've also run other stories through the Enneagram in the exact order of 1 through 9, 1 being the Symposium from Plato's Republic. And from doing that, from putting the speakers of the Symposium on the Enneagram, I was able to get the 9 muses in the exact seating order of the characters who are seated in the Symposium. And then it was a couple weeks after that, I found out that those 9 muses correspond to the 9 Devis from India. And that was probably one of the most exciting breakthroughs I've ever had, was finding out that the 9 muses of Greece have a earlier incarnation refracted through that Hindu mythology. So that's some of my discoveries, some of what you'll find on my journey if you go over to the YouTube Slick Dissident channel. Happy 11/11. Today is a mirror a K. It's a mirror K. A mirror of K is 11/11. It's a mirror a K.
Okay, sorry for the delay there, brother. I had to actually go and read up what the show's about. I'm that guy. I'm like so living in the moment that I'm like, what is the show about today? It's the unad, the duad, and the triad. Let's see what I wrote up so that I can be clear about it. So we've got the unity, duality, trinity, the 3 worlds of the shaman, and the 4 different bodies. Yeah, I think that's going to be a fascinating discussion. And obviously, there's going to be a lot of offshoots that come from this. And I'd like to say welcome, Jenny. Welcome, Mexico. Lovely to have you guys. Hope you guys are having a splendid day. I've had a day and a half packed in, squeezed in.
It's 11:11. It's 11:11 right now when we said that.
You gotta roll, brother. You gotta love the synchronicity. I was speaking to someone I saw on the street today with the synchronicity because there were this couple that my son and myself kept bumping into. I was like, synchronicity. It's one of those days. It's definitely a high energy. My son has been bouncing off the walls. The power of the consciousness field has been resonating, reverberating. The sunrise this morning was exquisitely heart-touching and spectacular. I had to drag him up the mountain today. He didn't want to go on a mission. I was like, come on, boy. What can I use to bribe you? Energy bars, juice, sweet chocolate. What is it going to take? I got him up there. So, yeah, 11/11. What an amazing date. I was actually married. When I was married back in, when was I married? Many, many years ago. Anyway, I was married on an 11/11. So it's got like a lot of powerful resonance, Shiv Shakti, the two. And it's the two becoming the four, the 22. So there's something quite powerful about the yang yin representing the two and representing the two within each one of two, which compounds through three to become four, because you've got two duads, and the two duads are 11/11, which compound to be four. So it's a very interesting concept that represents the yang of yin within yang and the yin of yang, the yang of yin within yin, and the yin of yang within yang. And so it's got this powerful Shiv Shakti energy on an 11/11. And if you've ever seen an 11 Mukhi Rudraksha, there's something very profoundly spectacular about the Rudraksha. I'm not wearing my beads. Where did I put my beads? So I had a shower and I didn't have time to put them on. I was running around like a wild horse fly today. So let's start with the short introduction to... do you want to introduce the unad, the duad, and the triad from your innate, and then I'll go with the shamanic world, or shall I fly in? How do you want to do this, brother?
Yeah, I can talk about it to some degree. It is essentially a geometric expression. I'm tempted to get out my notes. I know that it's in the front of my notebook. But the monad is the generation of the circle, but even to get the monad in place requires like an implicit 3-step process. So even so imagine that you have a compass, the Masonic compass, and so the first thing you do is you put the needle through, you thread the needle, you put the pin in the center point, and then you bring the pencil down to the paper, and there is your 1 and your 2, and it's giving you your radius point, pretty sure. Is that right? Radius? Yep, that's your radius. Your Ra Deos, these are the names of gods as the fundamentals of the geometric realm of forms. We're literally invoking God names while we are in the dominion of geometry, who is a muse. The muse of geometry is Urania. Urania is depicted often with an orb in her hand, a nice round shapely orb. She also is often very shapely. She has a nice form to her. And then she has a compass in the other hand, or sometimes a writing crop, other utensils. But so yeah, by putting the needle in the center and the pin or the writing implement on the outer ring, then you rotate then you've brought movement, you've implemented movement into the ritual. And by generating movement, you're dragging that pin around in a perfect circle, as perfect as you can. It is always going to be flawed. That's actually one of the things you learn on the way, is that there's no such thing as a perfect circle or a perfect triangle, because the paper itself has, different depths to the how much you penetrated with the pen as you wrote the triangle. So there's actually no such thing as perfect shapes. That's one of a hard lesson. It should be a hard lesson. It shouldn't be taken for granted or, dismissed too easily. It should be returned to pretty regularly, that there's no such thing as a perfect shape. It's a kind of a practice of humility, I think. So then once you've brought the pin back to where it started, now you have completed the monad. And it is that 3-step process that gives you the symbol of the beginning, which is the circumpunct, a very polar symbol. And then because of that measure from between the point in the middle and that ring around that circumference, that measurement becomes your starting point for the next ring to reiterate this ritual, eventually bringing forward the seed of life, the flower of life, and the tree of life in its different harmonic values. So that's just kind of a walkthrough. And one thing I've noticed is that these step-by-step processes I love that. I love that. So what I just did is I just birthed a homunculus in everybody's mind by going through these visual processes using mouth noises. Big love, Jenny. Yeah. So by making mouth noises, I was able to draw shapes in everybody's head. And it was everybody's very gracious homunculus who was listening along to my words and then actually drawing little circumpuncts in the sand of their minds. The Greeks actually thought of the mind as wax. They think of it as wax, and that you're pushing formations or cymatic, even cymatic shapes are going into the wax. And isn't it so funny that you can literally pull wax out of your ears to prove them right? So to a large degree, they're not wrong. And I love that. I love that fact.
I really love that a lot. Wax, because, okay, we're not off topic, but we're getting into the deep end. We're sliding straight in there. The idea of wax, because thoughts, we can hear the thoughts in our heads, literally, resonating off the inner ear. And the resonance in the inner ear is kept in check by the wax in our ears, because the wax helps to maintain that barrier. Otherwise, there would be too much vibration in the ear itself. So the wax is literally important for the substance of thinking. And the moment we get, there are some psychedelics and substances that one can imbibe that will actually cause one's inner ear to spin out. And I've always suggested that one travels on one's ears. It's an interesting concept. For me, it seems that my hearing is what opens me up to the spiritual kingdom, to the alternative states of consciousness through which we can project our awareness and experience new paradigms of being and expressions of the nature of this experience that we call reality. And so this wax in the ears is something quite profound. And as the old saying, like, how are you doing? Oh, I've got it waxed, man. Waxing it. So to wax something is to put it into a mold, to have it waxed. Like if you're going to have yourself waxed, there you go. You're stored for forever, or you've got a perfect mold of yourself created. And so I suppose one can consider that the mold upon which the nature of reality is waxed or molded upon is the thoughts. And the substance of thoughts are bound through the field of emotion to become this yang yin of Tao dancing to manifest as the elemental expressions of these three principles, which finds its culmination in the earth. Which is why, when you look at the Taoist wheel of the elements, the earth is at the center of the wheel, which is rather interesting. And when you look at the Kabbalistic model, you see that the enneagram is finding itself rooted within the earth. So the 9 principles are rooted within the earth. So the earth always seems to be the receptacle. And we speak about earthing electricity, elect, the election, what you elect as reality, the electrical principles bouncing from the inner ear through the field of consciousness to materialize the outer sphere that we can consider as projected through the eyes as a two-way expression of experience, so that this field of time can bind our consciousness into a state of being that we feel substantial. So I loved your idea of the compass as representing the duad of unity, as unity finding its expression in the duad. This is a very Masonic concept that you're expressing here as well. The Masons were onto this. That's why that compass is so important. And of course the square, because the square is fundamental when you want to make a triangle. So you need the compass to express the duad. And as you say there, the monad is the point that expresses the duad as the compass. And then you need to square that off with a third point to produce the Trinity, or the triad, as it would be called. And I like that word triad, because it's a tree, triad, tree hood. So hood is a figure of 8 on its side, and it's the infinite tree, the triad. And it's these 3 principles that become an expression. If you consider yang yin as being yang, yin, and the yin and yang, and the yang and yin making 2 and 2, then what would you consider as a triangle? Imagine a third version of a yang yin, but instead of yang yin, you've got yang, yin, Tao. So what do you then have? Then you've got the yang of yin and Tao. Then you've got the yin of yang and Tao. Then you've got the Tao of yang and yin. And those are 9 principles locked within a 3, within the triangle. So we see how the innate becomes an expression of the trinad, or the triad, or the tree of Hod. And this is an interesting concept as we expand upon it, because I like to think of the duad, or the polarity of the yang yin, as all of the potential of the universe, all of that powerful potential. And I like to think of the triad as the expression of that potential. And then I like to think of the monad as the seed of the potential expressed. And that the seed of the potential that's expressed is both the expression and the impression at the same time. So now we're getting into the sphere of Tao. We think of the monad as being one. Instead of considering it as being both 2 and 3 at the same time, it's an interesting concept to consider the monad, because it's one, but within one it contains 2 and 3. And so it's a fascinating concept to expand upon when we start to look at the number. Okay, 1 plus 2 plus 3 is 6. So 6 expresses the perfect harmony of the monad, the duad, and the triad together. So from the Kabbalistic perspective, we speak of 6 as being harmony. We speak of it as being Tiferet, the heart sphere, the sphere of the heart that is resonating often compared to the sphere of the sun, which is that soul, the soul of the world. And so the 1, the 2, and the 3, it's as easy as 1, 2, 3. Music, 1, a 2, a 3, a 1, 2, 3. So we have to do that 1, 2, 3, which is 6, and then a 1, 2, 3, 6 again. You have to do it 12 times. Has to be 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, because 12 is the nature of the octave. There are 7 tones and 5 semitones. So instinct for a musician that is plugged in intuitively to what it is that they're doing, they're going to want to express the number 12. And so they do that when it's a classic thing. I used to do it myself sometimes. It's easy to get the flow if you're with a group of musicians and you all want to be in the same, you count it out, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Why twice? It's an interesting concept, because now we're looking at the nature of the hexagram. And the hexagram, once again, is an expression of the cube, and it's an expression of time. It's an expression of Saturn. It's an expression of the black cube, and it's an expression of the principle of rhythm. And the Lord of rhythm is bound through 3. So there's this intrinsic connection with the number 3 and the Lord of rhythm, which is quite an interesting concept, even though Saturn is not bound by 3. We look at Saturn, and we can express Saturn in terms of 8, or we can express Saturn in terms of 9. Different notions of expressing Saturn in different ways. Some of the older Kabbalists expressed it as 9. Some of the others expressed it as 8. Many of the Kabbalists expressed it as 3. So these little characters have shadows of each other. I mean, 3 expresses 3, 6, and 9, if we want to get right down to it. And 2 expresses 4 and 8. And 1 expresses 6 and 10. And 5, well, 5 connects it all up. 5 is an interesting one. So it's almost like the piggy in the middle, you could say, in a sense, halfway between 1 and 10. Point where the innate becomes renewed, reinvigorated, scaled up, if you will. So this is a very interesting concept, and the way in which it sort of interacts with the shamanic worlds. We can consider it first from a yogic Vedic perspective of the 3 bandhs. And I actually did a video about this recently, but it's for season 3. But it's got to do with the sacred cube and the manifestation beneath the firmament, beneath the waters of being. Because I see the firmament as being in dual expression, both an expression for physicalizing reality, and hello wild food, yum to flowers. That's pretty cool. It's quite a funky name. I hope you're all doing well in the chat, by the way. Sending you all so much love. Yeah, the interesting thing about the notion of, I mustn't lose my train of thought here. Interesting thing about the notion of 1, 2, and 3 becoming 6 expresses for me the totality of things, because this 6 is once again locking us in to the 6 points of the hexagram, which is an expression of the cube. And so it brings us back, binds us through time. Because without the 6 points of the hexagram, you can't have the cube. And without the cube, you can't have space. Because space has to have 3 paradigms. Has to have length, has to have breadth, and it has to have height in order for 3 dimensions to take form. And the cube represents the 7th aspect of this. So when you take all of these 3 directions simultaneously, you end up with a central point. And the central point is that contraction that binds these 6 principles through 3 planes of existence. And so these are the 3 shamanic worlds. These 3 planes of existence, the 3 shamanic worlds. And so we can consider it being bound through the principle of time, the Lord of rhythm. The Lords of rhythm, as Hermes is always banging on about, binds these 6 principles. And these 6 principles polarize to become the 12 principles that we know as the macrocosm, the macrocosmic sphere, the wheel of the zodiac, the system that we're locked into. And when we consider the 3 worlds of the shaman, we can take it in terms of these 3 paradigms. It also has aspects to consider the future, the past, and the present. And so now we're looking once again at the monad, the duad, and the triad, the future, the past, and the present. And so you could look at it in terms of the 1, the 2, and the 3. And The 3, which seems to represent when it's curling back on itself, if you want to consider it in terms of timing. It's the past. And we're manifesting in the past when we manifest. That's why we manifest 3 times, because we're living in the past. What we do now manifests in our past. And our plans are our potentialities that we're sticking out towards in front of us, so that it can double back into our past, so that we can experience it, because we're experiencing between 2 and 4 seconds in our past, depending on how conscious we are. So the principle of the future, the past, and the present lock us in. And so I always consider the past as being related to the etheric, because it's what's giving back. When we're breathing in the astral, we're binding it here, and we're releasing the etheric back. And so the etheric is very much a shadow of this world. And the astral is very much a shadow of the abstract states of consciousness, from whence the consciousness field is diversifying through the field of rhythm in order to produce the scale of time. And the scale of time is binding space. So I like to think of the astral sphere as space, and that the etheric field represents time in the Saturnian sense, as the astral sense represents space, as the solar sense, for the sun defines space because of the polarization, the law of polarity of Hermes, represented and embodied by the principle of the sun, polarizing the universe through the exhibition of light. We have this powerful duality being expressed by the sun. And so the sun expresses duality from the present towards the future in order to catch the poles thereof in the past, in a sense. So this is why we consider the sun to be the exhibitor of the soul, and that the soul comes to us through the sun, and soul is present. It's the presence that Santa Claus brings when he comes down that chimney. It's the soul. And that's why the chimney represents a place where fire comes from, that has to come down the chimney where the fire comes. And that saintliness, santa as they say in Sanskrit, which represents purity and elevated states of consciousness. Saintliness, as we call it in English, is welcome, Rishi, welcome. It is essentially where we are at when we're looking at the astral. And then we've got the spiritual. So we've got the spiritual realm, we've got the astral realm, we've got the etheric realm. And from the shamanic perspective, when I say spiritual realm, I should prefix that. I should call it the causal realm. The causal realm, which is an emanation of the causal body. And the astral realm, which is a causal emanation of the astral sphere. And the etheric realm, which is an emanation of the etheric sphere, which we can relate to the underworld, the etheric, eth meaning beginning and ending. So the beginning and ending of this world is death, the underworld. And the estral, the stral meaning the beam of light, esh meaning fire, fire beam, astral. The fire beam represents that aspect of consciousness which is coalescing from the fires of consciousness, because we consider consciousness to be hot and fiery and light, as it is a reflection in water. It's a bit of a oxymoron in a sense, because we see Jupiter as being the sphere which relates to the pure mental state of expansion. And that expansion is a very cool state, represented by the color blue. We see it in Sagittarius, even when we look at Pisces. There's a bit of warmth being thrown into the color, but it's got primarily blue running through its veins. And so we see this coolness of Sagittarius, but it's a very expansive, and fires tend to expand. Water tends to contract, but it's sort of the cool fire. It's a very, very interesting concept, cool fire. And because it's not a fire that burns, it's a fire that doesn't burn. It's a fire that purifies. It's a fire that perfects. It's a fire that feeds and nourishes, where most fires that we see at below the firmament are the reverse of this fire, hot fire. So to consider the causal realities, to consider the nature of reality as it is in its most perfect state of being without the interference of the human consciousness, our plans, our ideas, in a perfect state without the projections of the anthropomorphic field that humans tend to carry. The anthropomorphic field takes its form in the astral. It's a pure sphere of anthropomorphism because you're in the astral sphere and you're in this substance that just has no form. Whatever you put into is what you got. It's quite a cool trip. You put it in there, this is what you got. Wow. So what if I put that in? Well, now I'm in this. If I put that in, I'm in this different substance, this different reality. Reality is like a moving, endless flow of just mixing, where the etheric is very crystallized and very structured forms and structured reality. So the shaman has these three spheres of activity with different guides. Often the eagles and the birds will take you up into the highest sphere, hence the birdman, hence the feathers. Where's your feathers, brother? You don't have your feathers today. You normally have your feathers, brother. So the feathers are the highest of the high. That's the supernal state of consciousness. And then the astral sphere. Oh, luckily I've got wooden floors. I like that crystal. The astral sphere are the realm of possibility and change, where we can affect things to the maximum ability from the shamanic perspective, able to create all the change, all the magic, all the power, all the stuff that happens in the intermediary, in the middle world. And the lower world is where we dig down into the bones of yesterday, into the bones of the world, and pull out the knowledge, the learning, the knowledge that gives us the power that we can change things is achieved in the past. So we dig deep down into the underworld to understand the bones of yesterday, remove the bones of yesterday, take apart the puzzle, and gain the fundamental understanding of the nature of the universe. We dig up into the highest realms of the supernal in order to pull down the wisdom that is an experiential expression of being, that is transcendent of time and space. And then we put it together here in the astral realm, in the stream, the straal, in the beam of fire that is the fundamental structure of creation, that is emanating between the heart of the anahata, shining down into the fire center of the solar power, the solar plexus, in order to structure this reality through the Manipura chakra. And so we've got three bands in yoga, three bands in the Vedic system. The Muladhara band, which is the first veil. And that band, you can literally pull it. For guys, it's really good to pull it. It will prevent you from ejaculating if you can learn to work that band properly. It's a good thing. Because ejaculation for men is just bad news, man. You lose all your juice. The batteries go flat on the mental level, on the energetic level. And then there's the band in the Manipura, between the Manipura and the Anahata chakra, right in the Hrit Padma, right in the true solar plexus, which is that vacuum point at the bottom of the heart from which the emanation of the electromagnetic field comes. There's a band there, you can literally pull it. There's like little muscles you can learn to. And then the other band is here. You can band your throat. And when you band your throat, you are closing this valve. When you close this valve, you are separating the heavens from the astral. When you band this valve, you are separating the astral from the etheric. And when you band the Muladhara chakra, you are separating the etheric from the physical. Just to give you an idea of like what these three valves represent in the energetic body. So these are reminiscent to the three kingdoms of the shaman, the three worlds of the shaman, the three modes of travel, where we can travel out through our Svadhisthana chakra, the navel, or we can travel out through our heart chakra, out through here, or we can travel out through the door in our head. It makes me think about the mighty bush. So there's a little idea of the three worlds of the shaman. To those of you that have watched The Mighty Bush, season 2, what's that track called? season 2. It's the episode about finding the new sound, and it's the Betamax monster. Oh my gosh, you will laugh your titties off. It's hilarious. If you haven't watched The Mighty Bush, get season 2, kick back and watch that episode about getting the door in the head. And it's these two guys that are out there playing their guitars in the desert, trying to figure out the new sound. And the one guy's got a door in his head, and he's all enlightened because he's been to the land of Anukanda. And the other guy doesn't have the door in his head. And he's like, he wants to go out and have women and have sex, you know. Anyway, brother, I'm getting carried away. So that gives an exposition of the three worlds of the shaman, though it does relate to the innate very much. Those three principles are once again expressed as 3 octaves of the same principle, in the same way that you could imagine that the 3 lower chakras, the Muladhara chakra, the Svadhisthana chakra, and the Manipura chakra, are the 3 aspects focused in on the Svadhisthana, which is cause and effect, the 6th principle of Hermes. Then we've got the Anahata chakra, the Manipura chakra, and the Visuddhi chakra. Those 3 aspects are focused on the astral. And then we've got the Ajna chakra, the Visuddhi chakra, and the Sastra chakra. And those 3 aspects are focused in upon the heavenly realm. So that constitutes the realm of the heavens, those 3 centers. So you see there's an overlap of these centers as they bring the element of 3 expressed through 7, which is 9 forms, if you think about it, because there is Manipura chakra shared. So Manipura chakra shared. This is why it's called the Manipura, because Mani means gem and Pura means all. It's touching all things. So it's touching both the etheric and it's touching both the astral. And the same thing for Visuddhi chakra. It's touching both the astral and it's touching both the supernal spiritual realm, or the causal realm, which gives us an insight into why the Visuddhi chakra is so important for developing the psychic powers and the abilities. And the Manipura chakra is what governs time. If you want to consider it as the solar, you're probably more clued up into the Taoist, the solar oven, right? What do they call it? Where's my brain? It's got an organ in Chinese medicine, and it's called the triple burner. Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Whoa. That's cool. A triple burner. That makes me think of that the year used to have 3 suns. C is the letter 3, it's the 3rd letter, suns. And so they used to actually have only 3 seasons. They divided it into a triad instead of the 4 that we do now. Nice. So I found my notes on the Greek monad, dyad, triad, and I'll just fire these off because it kind of supports some of the things that we've laid out, and this is coming from a kind of more of the Greek Pythagorean angle. So the monad, per the Greeks, is unity, beginning, and individuality. The dyad is duplication. I love that word, duplication, extension, and reflection, which is very interesting because the dyad is a straight line also. And so it brings to my mind the 180-degree nature of a straight line, in that is reflection when we have a 180-degree expression. And the 18th letter is R. And so when I think of straight lines and dyads and reflection and things that bounce back and forth, I'm thinking of 1-8, and I'm thinking of the letter R and reflection and retrogrades going back and forth. So yeah, already only on the second letter we have a lot of activity and potentiality in our mind's eye. So then triad is multiplication, growth, and expansion. The tetrad is order, structure, and regularity. And so again, with the tetrad being order, structure, and regularity, I just want to mention we know that the 4 reduces back to the 1 Kabbalistically. We've talked about that quite a bit. We also know about the tetramorph. That's the bull, the lion, the man, and the eagle that is generally on the 4 corners of many tarot cards, and also on in books and art as well. You'll get those 4 corners. Well, those are the royal stars. That's the Fomal, Halt, Antares, Aldebaran, and Regulus. Those are the 4 royal stars. And sure enough, right here is the tetrad is order, structure, and regularity. And the word regulations comes from the word regis and registers, registar, and regulus. So right there on the number 4, they have the word regularity, telling us that the 4 royal stars are what regulate the heavenly realms. And those, you can think of those as stitches or buttons or facets or fixations of the mind. There will always be some ingredient of those 4. One example would be if you're having a ceremonial space and you're putting a candle to the north, a candle to the south, a candle to the east, and a candle to the west. Well, you put those 4 candles in a line and you have the numbers 1, 1, 1, 1, 11, 11. So even the number 11, 11 is the 4 watchtowers, is the 4 watchers, the 4 cardinal directions, the 4 winds, the 4 angels, the 4 regulators. And we've shown in the past how you can literally spell NEWS with the signs, with the glyphs from the zodiac. For Leo is the N, Taurus is the E, Aquarius is the W, and Scorpio is the S. NEWS. We just spelled north, east, west, and south with the zodiacal signs that are the tetrad. Okay, I'm going to move on. That was just all on number 4 right there with the 1, 1, 1, 1. The pentad, mediation, adaptation, and modification. And isn't that interesting that it's got something, there's something unique around that 5, just like you mentioned. And then because the thumb is so unique, because the thumb is so very unique. It's a standalone, stands out. It's in the Enneagram, number 5 is the observer. It is Hermes. It has a shadow of jealousy or greed or stinginess. And isn't that funny that it's stingy and it's the thumb that allows you to hold on to things? It facilitates the grasping of certain tools. Isn't that so funny that the thumb would be it's our secret to our success, but it's also simultaneously our curse, that attachment aspect of the thumb. And I'm thinking about fee fi fo fum when I say that. Nice, yeah. So next comes the hexad, which is of course 6, reciprocation, symmetry, harmony, which is very interesting because I've heard of 3 having more to do with melody, and 6 here would be with harmony. That's an interesting thought. Then moving to the hectad, number 7, is equilibrium, poise, and rest. And that is really fascinating because the 7th day he rested, right? And we're here on number 7. But also musically as well, it's that number 7 is the point of kind of an implosion, a fusion to the next expression. And then comes the Agdoad, which is number 8. And there we have the rhythm, the vibration, the pulsation, and then Ennead. It has perfection, attainment, and mastery. And I think that's kind of an interesting thing that they assigned perfection to the number 9 as the Greeks. Um, a lot of times, number 10 gets that glory, receives that because 10 is completion. So there's something of a fine line between perfection and completion, maybe. And, maybe culturally, these things had a little different flavor to different people at different time marks. And then comes the decad, which is completion, manifestation, and wholeness. And I just love that there's a fine line between perfection of the 9 and completion of the 10. There's just really uh, something going on with that because of taxes, because we're paying a tithing somehow, and between you're giving your 1/10. That the final step there is the tithing, the tax, the giveaway, and then perfection um, is what you're left with, the 9/10 of the law. But I want to also remind people that these associations are equally as important to run through in reverse in your mind, because some people, we're from the West, so we tend to count from 0 up to 10. But in the East, a lot of cultures, if they have a list of 10 things they're going to do, they actually start with number 10 and they finish their list at number 0. And then you consider the fact that they even read in the opposite direction than we do. They even consider the beginning of their paper to be the opposite side of the page that we think of it as. And we can see how differently we are wired from our fellow men and women on the other side of the world. These things, I think, are precious sensitivities that we should have worked into our causal plane of existence as routinely as possible, because I think so often we just take for granted the presumption that other people think like we do, or that other people have the same sense of morals that we do, and that's just not going to be the case, especially when they see things when their parents taught them everything the opposite way that we see it. you know um so yeah, one man's god is another man's demon, one man's demon is another man's super ubermensch. But yeah, I'm going to take a little bathroom break, my man, if you don't mind. Can you flow without me? You flow solo? Nice.
You take
Yeah,
your
this is
time,
fun. I'm glad
do what you have to do.
everybody's picking up on the wax as we wax philosophical here.
I loved what was being said there. It was beautifully succinct and poignant. There were so many points I actually wanted to pick out on. So allow me a moment to reflect, retract my thinking. Um, I like the expressions of 6. What was it that he said about 6 and 7? And that 7 represents movement and rest. And I've always considered 7 to be reminiscent of Venus. Venus, obviously, reminiscent of harmony and music. and reminiscent of the chakric influences flowing here through the Visuddhi chakra on some element, which is where the sphere of vibration of the law of Hermes finds expression. For the law of vibration is that which is turning rest to movement. And that vibration is what causes the quantum entangling effect of the association of information, which we express as the law of correspondence. For you cannot diminish the sphere of Deus, Peter, Jupiter, Zeus. You cannot diminish the first sphere, the mentalist element, for it is the entirety of being expressed. And so the entirety of being expressed had to be reflected and re-expressed. And so this vibration came first, the sphere of vibration, the sphere of movement and energy. In order for this mentalist sphere to be expressed, had to be expressed through 7. This is why we are so fixated with the number 7, because to my mind it represents vibration, and it represents the movement of consciousness and thinking becoming the transition to energy, so that the energy which is expressed by the thought can become the movement of the polarity which is expressed in the heart of prana. And so prana becomes the fundamental expression of the vibrational field, which is pure intelligence expressing life. And the prana then becomes polarized by the firmaments above and below in order to express the field of time below the firmament, which is the pranic experience of Shen, the Taoists call Shen, being expressed as Qi. And so the Qi, or the Ki, if you're from a Japanese school of thinking, is what is bound in the little organ behind the Svadhisthana chakra. There's a place behind and below the Tantin where there's like an organ that literally holds your essence, which is why for men the Jing is so important, which is why when a man ejaculates and he feels so like, oh, I don't care anymore, tired, that loss of that energy, because it's so fundamental in expressing the movement bound by the vibrational sphere, which is, in my perspective, the 7. And I also like to think of 7, and somebody here mentioned it. I think it was Buddhi Yoga, the 6 circles. Yes, there it is. And it made me think of this, that 6 and 7 are connected, for 6 is the mystic number of 7. In other words, those 7 circles are an expression of the hexagram. So when you express the hexagram in feminine terms, you end up with 7. When you express the hexagram in masculine terms, you end up with 6. So 7 becomes an expression of this principle dynamically. Oh, great. My son's mom has just arrived home. I'm off the hook. I thought I was going to be playing Daddy, Mommy, and rocking the show, but he's managed to lock his mom out. Let's hope he lets her in. Otherwise, I'll have to go let her in. But okay, she's got a key. She's good to go. So he's a cheeky little bugger. He's a real, takes after me. He's a real little joker. He loves playing jokes on everybody. Sometimes I'm too scared to go out of the house because he locks me out. I'm like, Josh, I'm going to confiscate your camera. It's going to go down, boy. So, yeah, 6 and 7 having this fundamental connection, which is fascinating because you see the same relationship shared between 5 and 6, but it's different. Where the pentad, the humanity, mankind, our grasping power that we have is to manipulate the 7 spheres through the power of the hexagram. Hence all the occult traditions, or the magical traditions, bind the pentagram through the hexagram in order to manifest and manipulate the 7 powers, which is quite an interesting concept if you think the way the 5 plus 6 is 11, plus 7 is 18, and 18 is 2 enads, which is quite an interesting concept. And 18 is the mystic number of 19. 19 is the number of the sun, of prana. So 18 controls 19 in a sense, if you want to think in those terms, or has a finger of control. Wow, we've got Kalal in the room. Let me give Kalal an introduction. Brother Kalal, this is right up his alley. Brother Kalal is an awesome numerologist, and he does these wonderful grimoires where he maps out people's lives and their numbers, and uses all the systems, of course, not just one form of numerology. He goes through all of them from the Chaldean to the conventional to, well, I'd let him give you more of a rundown about what he does. Also a great thinker, very grounded, and he has been dubbed by Mexico Dr. K. And I love it. It sums him up to a T. Dr. K. I hope you don't mind me calling you that, brother, but I every time I hear it, it makes me think that is just such a perfect nickname for you. How are you doing, my brother?
Love, peace, and power to you, Franklin. Love, peace, and power to you, Slick. It is an honor to be with you once again. I am doing well. Um, I am bustling with this wonderful 11:11 energy. Forgive me for being late. You guys, am I late or did you start early?
We started early for the sacred number 11.
Excellent,
East,
excellent,
East, East Coast time.
I am sorry I was late. I had to show some support to Third Eye Edify, who also was going a little early today. And I wanted to confirm a couple of things. But I don't want to stop the flow of the conversation you guys were already having. Me being late to the party, I will definitely join in, but there's a lot to convey.
Yeah, George had a big guest today. He had Ryan from our Last American Vagabond, right? Wasn't that his guest?
Yeah, they killed it. It was absolutely awesome. I'm looking forward to the next part already. And it was very timely. Jorge just put out his first book, um, which it played right into the dare I say the natural narrative. You know what I mean? Of like kind of where we are, but there's so much essentially going on. No matter where you look, no matter what you pay attention to, attention is trying to be forced, and that's actually right in tune with today. 11/11 is when the armistice was signed during World War One, and that was 1918. They ended the war on land, sea, and air at 11 a.m., right? But 11 is the bridge. So it was actually a continuance of war, but the war continued in your mind. That's what they didn't tell you. They told you that without telling you. So you see that everywhere you look.
Wow.
People are actually trying to change alliances in mid battle. It's very interesting to watch. If for those who are paying attention.
Damn. Wow, buddy. Wow. All right. There's a huge, this is a doorway, right? This is a portal. So the assassination that kicked off that war had a license plate number. The license plate number predicted the I think the end of that war, and I think the end of other wars There's something about that license plate number. Do you remember that, Khalil? About when Ferdinand was assassinated, the license plate number of the vehicle, which was a convertible, excuse me, they always be popping these kings in convertibles. Convertible is a convertible word. You can convert the word. For one, it's subliminally telling you to be ready to convert your thinking, to be altered, but you can switch the word vert into trive. And convertible is also the word contrivable. And so when they be popping the kings in these convertibles, they're subliminally converting your thinking to realize that this is a contrivable event. And these are actors on stages, we know that. But Khalil, do you remember that about the Ferdinand's license plate foretelling the exact date that the war would end, and that was today, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. That's one of the staples of what I call the long count in the Alphanumeric Guild. It's a group I'm a member of as far as gematria and numerology goes. We look for dates, right? We look for certain dates because dates are essentially, if you understand that stars and constellations are essentially DNA written across the sky or written across time, right? Multidimensionally. The code that we talk about so often is written across history or mystery as dates. So you can see I forget exactly what the end date is, but there's a 3,333 day correspondence. The license plate was 111-118, which of course turned into the date. And there's actually there's a song by what is that group's name? Take Me Out. I believe I want to say they're a UK group. I'm not positive. There's a song called Take Me Out. And I think the name of the group is Franz Ferdinand. But they have a very telling lyric in there about 111, right? So there's correspondences everywhere, but this is also how they begin to tell you what they're doing. When the yellow media was being propagated in Asia, that was actually telling you we're now encoding our information with this system, and you can see it take place. This is why microfilm and microfiche is so still kept in most libraries.
So you come in spitting fire, like a spitfire. Love it, brother. This very, very poignant information you're throwing out here. Very important to step this back down into the time sphere that we're living in and bring the recognition that those that know have known and have structured much of what we're experiencing in our day to day according to these divine principles because they know it and they flaunt it at us because that's how spells work, right? Darren Brown will explain that in order for his NLP to work, he's got to put it in front of you. He's got to put it in front of you in such a way that you can see it but can't recognize it. And that's exactly what's been going on here. We've been getting spoon-fed exactly what is the plan, in a sense. And those numbers 1111. Oh, something you were saying, Slick, about 5. It's also the number of Shiva, by the way. The number of Shiva, number 5. Panchamukhi. Punch meaning 5, which is nice because punch. You know? Indigo, please. Henry, no. Sorry, guys. Henry, okay, somebody else, please take over.
So earlier, I think it was Buddha Yoga was mentioning the 7 and the 6 in their relationship to the cube, and the 7 being like that center point of the cube. In my Enneagram project, the number 6 is seems to be an enigma many times over. It's a loyalist personality type with the shadow of fear is the number 6 personality. And one beautiful thing about that, you know, I put the tarot card number 6 in that position, and we have the Lover's card, which is very apropos in terms of a symbol for loyalty. You know, a loyalist is in fact, with the person you marry, is probably your most loyal persona coming forward. You'll probably be leaning into your 6 propensities the most around your significant other. And then, so to speak on the shadow aspect of the loyalist, that fear, shadow, the other tarot card is the devil card. Strangely appropriate. And the devil card has, in Rider Waite, has a man and a woman, and it's the man who's having his tail set fire by the devil's torch, and the woman, hail Indy! Welcome, brother.
Hey, thanks for having me, guys. Good to be here. Love this topic.
Welcome, welcome.
Very expensive. Thank you.
Peace, Indy.
Hey, hello, Franklin.
Welcome, brother. So much love, and I'd like to apologize to everybody for me being the time wizard. Time wizard. It's only just actually 12 o'clock New York, so we did actually start an hour earlier. According to, I didn't calibrate the time zones for UK, and I thought that the US had set their clocks, but they set the different parts of the US set their clocks at different times. Is that correct? That's madness. How do you live like that? Like,
Is that
I don't
true?
know how you guys live like that. But anyway, it's like let's see what day it is. Set the clocks.
Yep.
So sorry for everybody that this is Indy. Indy's an awesome brother, great student of life and the occult and the esoteric spheres. And he works with shadow work. He helps people to find their deepest, darkest shadow aspects, bring them into alignment to produce the recognition necessary for the sphere of healing, to bring the polarity into a state of unity for harmony to prevail. Looking at the shadow is obviously the way to find the light. And I didn't mean for Slick was in the middle of saying something. Have you lost your train, Slick?
It's all good. It's all good. I was just ranting about the number 6 personality type. It's the, you know, the Lover's card is a couple coming together in wedlock. Oftentimes, there's even a master of ceremonies bringing them together. That number 6 card, lovers, and then the Devil's card is kind of a strange inversion of that, because the masculine and feminine are divided with a big cube. A black cube is like a ceremonial altar is in between them, and perched on top of that is the devil, and the devil's setting the man's tail on fire. The woman has she's holding a bunch of fruit and fertility and abundance. It's like, oh, look how great life is, and the man's over there like, yeah, life's great, babe. I love life. But that's a kind of a dichotomy of the 6 and the 1-5 that is expressed in my Enneagram project in an interesting way. And the thing that has come up around this number 6 is what I'm calling the siege perilous. And Siege Perilous is a fascinating concept. It hails to the Knights of the Round Table. King Arthur is one of its many iterations. You can think of the prophecy of the Gordian's Knot as a Siege Perilous. It's a prophecy that is difficult to unvex until the chosen one arrives. And when the chosen one or somebody who's actually worthy shows up to fulfill the prophecy, and then things can move forward in righteousness. In the Marvel comics, Thor, he actually loses his worthiness and he can no longer lift his own hammer. That is a Siege Perilous mechanism being implemented in the stories. Also, with the Vikings, there is only one way to get into Valhalla, and that is to die a death of valor. And if you aren't courageous in death, then you don't get to come in to Valhalla. This, I believe, is the original Siege Perilous. I think this is the granddaddy of all the other little derivatives that we have seen, including the Sword and the Stone. I think the Sword and the Stone is another rendition of the worthy seat in Valhalla. So I just wanted to mention that number 6 position, I think I've actually found it isolated in the Enneagram, specifically around the number 6 personality, because when you're courting a lover, you put yourself in a choice number 6 position. You conform as best you can to what you think their expectations are. So you become the best 6 you can possibly be. When you're going into an interview, when you're literally, we call that the hot seat. When you're in an interview, you are in the hot seat because you're sweating bullets there answering questions. You put yourself in a number 6 personality type to fulfill that interview, unless there are certain situations you might not. But generally speaking, as a default broad brush, we try to be as much of a loyalist and even show a respectful amount of healthy trepidation, which we might call fear, which is just good sound judgment. So yeah, I just wanted to kind of rant on how the number 6 is the Siege Perilous. It's the hot seat. And I think that echoes out into a great many other things having to do with prophecies, having to do with, we're waiting for the perfect person to come and fulfill this expectation that has been passed down for many generations. I think of it as an empty seat, this number 6, awaiting somebody who is worth fulfilling its requirements. So I'm just going to be vague about that, but in different religions, that has different values.
I would love to add on to that. You just hit on a whole lot. So first, let me ask you a question. Are you watching Loki?
Yes, sir.
Excellent. Okay. So there's no one better present that could be present who has seen that I would love to have this conversation with. Okay, so you're talking about 6, right? So we know that both seasons of Loki had 6 episodes, right? We know that Loki is also depending on mythology, depending on which pantheon we want to look at, because Loki is also a derivative of Anansi from West Africa, right? The trickster gods. So he can also be viewed as a devil, right? We also know that Loki started off on his current path because he stole a time cube, right? So there's the cube aspect. You mentioned a hot seat. I look at the hot seat as the throne he got at the end of time that came about because he took his journey, because he was already in the duat. He was already dead. So there's a quantum aspect to what Marvel is showing, right? I really hope more people than just myself caught it. If you understand what they showed you throughout different episodes, so like we were talking about 5. 5 is the number of freedom. It's the number of sex. It's the number of death, depending on how you want to look at it also, right? Because death is increased by the frequency, just the nature of the 5, right? So if you understand that war, and we're actually going to go back to the 11:11. The 11:11 ended the war in the physical realm, but it began the war in the mental realm, right? So when it shows you Victor Timely die, get spaghettified, right? I already had this idea that Loki was going to be able to walk out into this bridge, i.e. into life, and be able to make it to the end of it. So if you look at a seed, the end result would be a tree. If you look at, ingredients, flour, egg, milk, butter, the end result of that would be its final form, right? Like Frieza would be a cake, right? So his glorious purpose was not, as glorious as it sounded. Remember, Loki and Thor are the same person. We're ultimately talking about Horus and Set, right? Get thee behind me, Satan. Jesus is Satan, same person. Romulus and Remus, there's this duality. So when you understand that Loki had to be humbled, because when you first see him, what did he do? He was regal. He had these gold horns, right? He had this scepter, this king's scepter, and he wanted to force his rule, right? By his own works, he forced his own end by bringing together the Avengers, bringing together the Pantheon, bringing together the gods, forcing them to remember who they were. Look at his regalia when he gets to his throne. He is Yggdrasil. He is the world tree. He's controlling time because he's holding all the branches. You can't prune them anymore because he's in control. But he has switched with someone. He has switched with he who remains. He has switched with Cain, right? What does that mean? What are they showing you? For anybody who's familiar with Judy K. King and the Isis thesis, or Balls of Fire, or The Road from Orion, where she talks about genetic DNA gene transfer, horizontal gene transfer that happens at the moment of death. This is the same thing they showed you in The Wizard of Oz. This is why it switched from being black and white to color, because your library of viruses activate. He was green. The time stone in Marvel is also green, right? So do you understand what it is that they're actually showing you? Do you see what's being conveyed? It is occurring on multiple levels. It's not just a surface story level, but for those who can see, I think it's magnificent.
I haven't been watching that. I haven't been watching that much, but it makes me want to reactivate my Amazon account, which I've been swearing I wouldn't do because I'm trying to not watch much. I've only watched a very small amount of Netflix. I'm like phasing out, but Loki sounds like fun. But it's an interesting point that you bring up there that really gets my nib wet, is the idea of the green time stone, and that makes me think of the green man. And the green man makes me think of the first personality or the earlier personalities of Saturnial worship. And Saturn in the earlier forms was the reaper of corn and the seed planter of corn, of the things that are green that grows. So, like in the earliest of times, Saturn was a deity of grain and nature, of food and production and growth. And this is how time is measured. The only reason that we actually needed to measure time at all was so that we knew when to reap our bloody plants. And we knew when to plant, because that's why we needed it. We wouldn't have needed it else otherwise. And then because time became the important factor of when to plant your seeds, this is when you're going to get your food. Time also was like, well, time is money, because everything you need is related to time, and sustenance is the only real thing that we need. Obviously clothing, but clothing is also grown, whether it's hemp or cotton. It's all the same thing. You grow your clothes, you grow your food, you grow all the stuff that you need in reality. And so it's quite a powerful resonance, and it's something that Slick was pointing out 2 roundtables ago. Or was it 3? When did we do the Saturnian one? It's 3 roundtables ago. Time flies. Time literally flies. Was that the rain from, I think it was you, Slick. I could be wrong. The rain from Saturn brought the green substance into the ocean. Brother Indy, I'd love for you. Are you going for a walk? Okay. I love you. I'll give you a hug and a kiss. I love you. I'm on a live show. Okay. You guys enjoy the penguin walk. Keep your mommy safe. Sorry about that, everybody. Cool. So, yeah, the green rain that fell into the ocean, which is nitrogen rich. Is that right? Nitrogen rich, and nitrogen and the growth of plants, it really gets the brain turning, as the turning of the clocks.
Mm-hmm.
And I like to think the brain is the 2 clocks. You say like, I'll clean your clocks for you. Is an old, like, saying, or like you clean someone's clocks. You literally clean their clocks. You zero their clocks. Yeah, because it's the clocks that are timing, keeping time. Left, right, left, right, left, right. Like a quartz crystal resonating. Indy, brother, welcome. I'd love to hear. I did mention he's a shadow worker of note and a wonderful brother. Do please introduce yourself. Sorry that it's been such a long time in the making.
No worry. I came in, Gabe was right in the middle of something, and thank you, Gabe, for that. That was very powerful. I love when you guys bring in the numbers. It always touches home with me, because I'm really more of a number-based guy. I have a stronger mathematic intelligence in my linguistics, supposedly, but well, they're both up there. I do like the numbers more. And so I was really excited to see the theme today being unity, duality, and Trinity, 3 worlds of the shaman in the 4 different bodies. I love that. And when I see unity, it makes me think of shadow work, being whole, going within, finding the lost aspects of the self that have been splintered, reuniting them with the spirit, and finding full unity of the self through shadow work. Really kind of resonates with me as far as unity, and I'm sure there's innumerable other ways to look at it. Duality makes me think of the duality of the sacred union, not only between the man and the woman, but within the individual, uniting the genders of masculine and feminine, not the overt genders, but the subtle aspects of gender, not the appearance of gender, but the principles of gender is what I'm referring to. And then Trinity makes me think of the Trinity of Christianity, the triad of Taoism, and the trifecta of religion in the East. We have Buddhism covering reincarnation, Taoism covering mysticism and health. And then thirdly, there is also there's another one as well. Let me think of this. Trifecta of spirituality. Can you guys think of the third religion in Asia, in China? I know it is.
Shinto?
Confucianism. I was thinking Shinto as well. That's Japan. But Confucianism regulates propriety in society, whether you're wearing the right garments at the right ceremonies and such. So to me, that's what the trifecta of religion in China is, and very resonant with the Trinity. So of course, from that follows other numbers as well, and 6 is a very powerful number for me. 6 is a magic number. It's been demonized, but luckily, I was having a bit of a rough day yesterday. I walked to the grocery store. A lot of people question me, why would you walk to the store? It's very far. But walking is very spiritual for me. I feel like a wandering monk or sage when I walk with my walking stick. And I get to think, and it felt good. And when I went there, I got a big old jar of honey. I was walking home with it. And I ended up buying a scratch ticket. I had a few bucks left over. And I won 666% return on my investment. I got a 6.66 times the money I invested. So it was beautiful. I was like, this is powerful numbers. There's something magical going on here. And as soon as I got home, my entire karma had flipped. Like I had been going through torture lately. My own desires are too strong on certain things, and my own sentiments about certain things were a little bit off because I've been hurt recently from coming out of a long relationship and having been fired from my job. But after this stroke of good luck, things started to turn over for me yesterday, and I met 2 new dates that I'm going to be going on hikes with sometime soon that live really close to me. So I'm really excited to have like a hiking friend, and I just love nature. So it's going to be wonderful. And thank you, Khalil, for talking about Loki. I've been meaning to get around to the show, and Loki is my favorite Norse god. I'm definitely going to be checking that out after the show today. Starting to get into the show. I love it.
Congratulations. I'm so happy to hear all of that. It's a beautiful thing to witness. I'm so happy that you shared it, because you can see, and mind you, I'm on the outside looking in, but you can see how you're never out of step. Your emotions and your will is not going to feel conducive to the process all the time. But when you're cognizant of it, when you understand and can recognize it, and can see yourself actually rewarding yourself for going through what you've been going through, it's a beautiful thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, it was big step.
And I'd like to throw out there a little apology to everybody else that's watching the show, and welcome to all of you. It's an honor to be here. And I'm sorry that I screwed up the times for the New York Times. I got an hour in and out. So according to New York, Slick and I started an hour early. I was wondering whether it's the guys. I was thinking, that's taking them long. They're late. I was like, okay, cool. No, we're early. So that's my fault. East Coast, West Coast, my dodos. So there is an extra hour of Slick and I banging on to an introduction for those of you that are watching live to catch afterwards, the introductory hour. Big apologies. There might be a few gems to be found there. So much love to all of you. And what an amazing group to be starting off on. And there were a few things that Khalil has said that's still ringing in my ears about the numbers, and what you were talking about, Slick, with the number plate, and the number plate of that hit and run that they hit us with, the car that came out of the highway and hit us. It's still resonating in my head, because there's a lot going on at the moment, There seems to be a lot of shifting. Somebody told me, and I don't want to get into the politicization of this, but okay, not somebody. Ramar was telling me about laws changing in the UK, and I pray, where is RmaStar? She said she might be able to join us. She's been a little bit under the weather, and she's been pushing herself very hard with her work that she's doing on herself. But she mentioned that there were laws changing in the UK and that they're once again going after people that are on benefits for any kind of physical, assistance. And I don't know if you know this, but the CO video moment of dying like flies, drop dead fast, with needles popping out of veins scenario that happened. I'm trying to put this into code for those of you. If it sounds horrendous, it's because it's what it was. It seemed that there were a lot of disabled people that were targeted financially, and they weren't able to get their medicines, their assistance, their food, and heating and sustenance necessary because of the way the financial game was played. And apparently the UK was one of the places that was investigated for negligence. I can't say, I'm not the investigator, but it does seem like there's some new legal infrastructure being brought in. Here in South Africa, they're coming out with a new thing. They want to pump poo into the bloody sea where I live. That just gets my goat. They want to start pumping the poo into the sea again. I was like, what is going on with the world? I thought we were like moving away from all of that. COVID came and everybody's relaxed. They've stopped labeling food in the US pretty much, haven't they? A lot of countries have brought out legislation that food labeling, that they don't have to mention everything that's in the food anymore, and they can change a few of the ingredients, and they never really changed that law again. The law was brought out, and doing this lockdown thing, okay, well, companies can't get all the ingredients, so they are allowed to change certain ingredients that they need to change, and they don't have to label it. And now it came and went, and the law still stands, so you can't trust your labels anymore. Check the law where you live. So you don't even know what you're eating. And one of those reasons for this is because, yep, if you eat meat, you're eating bugs. Just get used to it, right? Get used to it. You're eating bugs. You go into a restaurant, you think you're eating a burger, you're eating bugs, worms. And I mean, I'm a vegetarian, so it doesn't really affect me much, I hope. But that means they can pump soya into other crap, and they can, whatever. I tend to just eat vegetables and beans and lentils, so I'm pretty much in the clear. But I think a lot of people are not in the clear. And obviously that means that the pesticides can be changed as well. So, the regulations have been changed on a lot of, so the lentils that I eat could be more toxic and poisonous for all I know. I think they've really geared up things, get this machine into gear. What can we do with this machine? What can it do? It's like a fully auto submachine gun, and they want to see like what happens when you put bigger rounds in it. More kick, and it's sort of where we are at. So I think bringing the tinfoil hat discussion into the arena isn't necessarily a bad thing, because it's very relevant, especially where we are at. And I think that we're going to notice that the financial changes that are being orchestrated by the BRICS versus, what do you call that? Shitface economy? The shitface economy versus the BRICS economy. BRICS are like what you throw through windows when you want to terrorize someone. And the shitface economy is what we all know. And so there's this reorganization of the world. And so BRICS is coming to challenge it, but they are like using a gold standard. So it's going to replace what we know. And it's obviously going to be better. So there's a lot of focus on these dates, I do believe. And I think that right now, there must be a lot of laws being brought in a lot of countries that are very relevant. And once again, they're probably going to pull Trump out of a hat. This seems to be what they're intoning. And they're going to bring out a couple of our favorite comedians, whatever you want to call them, to flabbergast us and put them on the stage and bamboozle us with their wizardry in order for the real agendas to go unseen, unnoticed. But these numbers are, I think, how we can see what's happening, because once again, you see it in the media, all over the show. It's the Hunger Games approaching, it seems. The price of food is just escalating. I don't know if you guys are noticing it, but every time you go to the till, it costs a bit more. It's like every time, like you go every month, you shop, you're like, oh, price has gone up again. Okay. And you just find you're spending that a little bit more, and the escalation, it seems to know no end. And this is obviously because the economy is being sucked like a bloodsucker, like a draining the life from the economy in order for, what is happening? Europe is gone back to developing weapons. Am I right? That's the big thing. Weapon development, R&D for weapons, sales for weapons. The States has obviously revamped their weaponry arsenal. And now that Ukraine's story is coming and Russia's redeveloping their weapons and everybody's building new nukes. We were disarming 5 years ago, weren't we? We were on a huge mission to disarm all the nukes, to actually move away from militarization. And what's happened? That flu came around and everything changed. The food's poisonous again. We were actually breaking ground to getting better food to the tables. There was some legislation being passed that actually was protecting us, forcing them to actually label what they were feeding us, getting us to have some certain element of rights with a consciousness of veganism, which is probably a bit of a disease because it's a political thing more than a diet. Don't get me wrong, I love plant-based diet, but I think there's a lot more going on with that veganism story. No offense to any vegans out there. I think it's a great way to live. It's obviously the healthiest. But there's definitely something that's coming back to us, which is on the element of sinister. And I'd love for you guys to throw anything out there with regards to this as carefully as you can and as delicately as you might.
Yeah.
Without holding
Yeah,
back.
man. Yeah. Well, first, before I forget, Indy, I want to mention it's so appropriate that you went to the store with your hiking stick to get the honey. Then you got 666 returns. And now you got a honey who's going to go on a hike with you. And even the word hiking makes me think of like a sunny, honey glazed scenery. Like just the idea of going hiking with a new lady friend is very sweet notion. So yeah, that's a great story, man. Thanks for sharing that. That's and very appropriate for the show as well.
Yeah, I thought so.
Sinky for the 1, 2, 3 that adds up to the 6. Yeah, that's great. That's power weave.
Yeah, thanks for all the connections
man.
there. I didn't see all that. That's powerful.
Right. And it's got the, and then I was just talking about the lover's card, but it's also the devil card. A lot of information between those two. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I
think it's
now about the international.
Go on.
Okay. Yeah. About the international escalation of things. Violence is always a sign of weakness. And so as this manufacturing of weapons becomes an increased priority in some places, that means that those people are expressing an increase in weakness to such a degree that your contrary opinion is now dangerous. In the empire of lies, it is truth that becomes treachery. Truth is treachery. And so we are going to be walking on tippy toes more and more and more. We're going to be speaking circumloquaciously. You know, we're going to have to go around the topic more than ever. And so that is just going to be the way of things. You know, so, and sometimes it is safer, and sometimes it's even more accurate to be more generalized about the things that you're saying. But yeah, that means that they just got weaker. While they're making more things that go boom, in fact, they're telling us that we're now more sensitive to your contrary input or insights. Yeah. And then I have a couple notes I wrote down. Khalil bringing in the Loki, and in that storyline, that it's very fascinating that that it's up at this time of the year as we're turning the corner into the fall, going into the underworld again. I just think that a couple things about the TVA, other than the obvious, the Tavistock implications of that time variant association, or whatever the administration that they call themselves. They are, you know, also the keepers of the official narrative, also the, you know, they kind of serve like the Smithsonian, or inversion of the Smithsonian, where whatever contrary information comes out, it's their job to hide it. You know, so the TVA has a strong relationship to the Smithsonian, which might have its origins in the true backstory of Napoleon. Uh, uh, what's his name? Walter Bosley has a great weave, a tentative, speculative weave on the chance that Napoleon faked his exile, sent his brother in his place, and then Napoleon married into some American aristocratic bloodlines and started up the Smithsonian to hide what was the original Egypt here in North America, or in the Americas, is the extended territories of Egypt. And, so yeah, there's a good chance that Napoleon played a big role in that. So the TVA, Tavistock, and the Smithsonian should all be kind of kept on in the forefront of our minds around that. But I just want to mention that the fact that they're controlling a timeline has a real world implication, has an analog in the real world, with the fact that our government is still deciding, or presuming to be in a position to decide, whether to change the time of day or not. That is an act of God. And for us to go along and acquiesce and be like, oh yeah, you guys, sure, you're in a position to delegate, relegate, relocate, chop up the sequence of time and remix it and serve it back to us in a construct that is only approved by your language, that is all captured. They're playing God. And it gets really fascinating. It gets really fascinating when not only are they doing it when they change the time of the clock twice a year, and we go, okay, sure, you can change time. Okay, we'll let you be the timekeepers twice a year. They do it again with elections. The election cycle is a leap year. The leap year is a votive offering. And essentially it's like, it's the government's way of saying, yeah, we told you that the 364.1 some decimal points days per year, but then you get to elections and now we're all going to come together and admit, nah, we fucked it up. It's actually, we got to go back another decimal point. These are votive offerings. These offsets of the math and the devil's in the details, these little decimal points of a percentage of a fraction that all adds up every 4 years to a votive offering that we ritualistically partake in. We commune in these ceremonies to give them the powers of gods, to even acquiesce to the presumption that any group of humans can tell you that the time of the day has changed, the length of the year is what they are going to say or not say, and maybe next year they might vote to stop doing this to us. You know, these are fascinating things philosophically. And then they have another analog, yet again, another example where the rubber meets the road with how much do you choose to believe they have control over the weather? I choose to believe that they can control the weather a great deal, but at what point am I choosing, much like the votive offering, of going and acquiescing to them being able to perform an act of God, when I believe that they can control the weather, at what point am I giving them the power of a God? At what point am I saying, okay, yeah, I guess this sunny day that I'm having today, who am I supposed to thank? I know who I'm supposed to thank. I know who I'm thanking for all my sunny days. I'm thanking for all my rainy days too. But it is fascinating that the government wants in on the cut. They want even a fraction of my belief as to who controls the realm. In these aspects, they really are trying to play God, and it's on us as an individual to decide how much we want to give them and how much we don't want to give them. But I just find it fascinating all the time. So TSA makes me think of all of these things simultaneously. The fact that they want to change the length of the day, change what time it is in the day, change what the weather is, and then for that matter, change the emotional meteorology, emotional meteorology, by giving us good news or bad news. You know, by presuming to even tell us, oh, today was a bad day because somebody blew somebody else up so many billion miles away. And it's fascinating to me that people have somehow been given only permission to care about things if it's over across the sea. If it's over on the other side of an ocean, now it's okay to really care and emote. But if it has anything to do with reality or something in your own house, don't you dare get emotional about it. Don't get personal when it's in your own household. It's only personal when it's overseas. That's what's kind of a strange flip on the wiring of humanity. All right, I'm going to stop ranting.
Okay.
I think that's so true.
Ooh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
After you, brother.
This said several lifetimes of mouthfuls. Whew, okay. We're going to stay in Loki land. When you talk about the weather, right? You talk about them manipulating it, which JFK actually spoke about before he was killed, right? I believe, and you're not going to hear me use that word very often, based on my research and evidence I've come across, that what we call the seasons, what we call weather, is really an illusion to a large degree. We have plenty of mythology where we talk about a time before seasons, a time before the moon, and things of that nature, right? But I believe things like harp are actually used to give us a semblance of the seasons, as opposed to trying to literally control the weather. I think the weather, what we call the weather, is really magnetism. That's why you have more wind, for example, when it's cold as opposed to when it's hot. You don't get that cool breeze when it's hot. You know what I'm saying? You get all the wind you can stand when it's cold. It's magnetism, right? It's the inversion of energy. Loki kept talking about his glorious purpose, right? Well, we know glory is a synonym for glamour. And glamour is talking about the illusion. It's talking about the idea of something, you know, being vain, right? So if you could peel back one layer of skin from your sex fantasy, they would be the most disgusting thing that you've ever seen. Just one layer. You know, we can't invert and turn things directly out, so things have to be hidden. They're showing you all of this through illusion, through the idea of variance of different Lokis. That's how they learned what it was they were truly capable of. So when you get to this castle at the end of time, if you notice on the floor, the symbol changed a couple times, right? To show you the influence. When I tell you that Loki took the place of He Who Remains, what they're showing you is you becoming the god of the dead, you becoming the Green Man, you becoming Osiris. Hence all the trees and the branches and the pruning, right? Loki got his regal attire, his green cloak and his crown. He got all of that from taking the journey. You could see it actually form in every step he took, right? Whereas the people who took the journey before him were spaghettified and blown away. They're showing you what Sylvie actually pointed out to Loki earlier in the season. She said, you know, no matter what we do, we're pretending to be God. And Loki corrected her and said, no, we are gods. The TVA manual, and this I'm not trying to praise Marvel at all. They understand their mythology. The TVA manual that Oros Boros or OB wrote doubles. It's two things. It is your DNA and it is the Book of the Dead. So it's timeless. So there is no chicken or egg argument here because it is the whole of the law. So you have to have it. You can be ignorant of it, but it had to move freely through time. That's where everything changes for Loki. At the end, you see him finally at the end of episode 5, right? Right before the 6. You see how that works? He gained control of his ability to time slip. There's no difference between that and what Doctor Strange does opening portals. Except he doesn't, you know, Loki doesn't need a ring. He is the ring. You see how that works?
That's fascinating. And, you know, Loki doesn't need a ring. He is the ring. Mercury, number 5. That number that stands apart is the ring. Doesn't need a ring. Ding, ding. Communicate. So it's all about communication. So it is fascinating what you guys are throwing onto the table here. I'm loving the content. Somebody was asking about TSA and TVA. I'm imagining that this is representing the handbook that's been given to us by the Marvel Incorporated, which is based upon occult concepts and principles. And let's face it, these guys have done a bit of homework. They've done a bit of homework with the mythologies in order to bring out all of their series, because the best way to captivate the imagination of humanity is to take something they know and repackage it and give it back to them. Isn't that interesting? People are afraid of what is new, generally, but we're not afraid of what we know, especially when it looks new. But we can intuitively tell that it's exactly what we know. This is the mythos we've always known. It's just a new look, but this feels safe. There's a safe feeling of being in the places that you know. So in order to allure an animal into a trap, you need to make the environment seem as much similar to what the animal knows as you know, and humans being animals. In order for us to be lured into a trap, we've got to be brought in with what we know. We've got to make the trap look like a very attractive, safe, commonplace perspective, which is an interesting concept. I do think that the Loki story is quite important, and as Mexico pointed out, low key. It's all about the low key. It's about the humming, the buzz. What's the buzzword when we're talking about low key? And it's mumbling in that low tone that gets underneath the sphere of obvious communication that can get into the subconscious. So there's a lot of powerful magic being used here, I think. There was something I wanted to point out. It was quite interesting. Oh yes,
You know,
the laws are changing. Yeah, new legislation coming out back in the UKKK. Don't know how lucky you were, girl, boys. Love the Beatles. Amazing, amazing, amazing band. They really have got the bugs in the system that they are sharing with us, the bugs in the system. And banking law is changing, that if you are not living there, you cannot have a bank account there. How's that? It hasn't reached the states yet, but that's an interesting concept. So there's a titling of the financial constrictive machine. It's like everybody's working together. The captain is on the field. Captain America is on the field. And the whole team has been assembled. And each one knows their position. And the game is on. The ball is in play. And we're supposed to be having a ball of a time, being entertained by what seems to be crappier television, except for the odd few. It's like they make all the television crap except for one or two programs. So you have to watch that. Like basically you have to watch Loki, because otherwise there's not much to watch. It's really getting to that point. So it's interesting how we've reached this point now. And I want to bring this back to the discussion of the 1, 2, 3. Yantra, mantra, tantra. Okay, so that's what is typically said in India. And please let me know if my voice is buzzing, or if it's not clear, or if it's not loud enough. Good, good. So yantra, mantra, tantra. 1, 2, 3. Yantra represents the geometry of being, which is the shape of sound. Mantra represents the impression of sound upon the wax. And tantra is when you put together the representation, mental representation of sound, the sacred geometry, and the impression in the wax to create the Trinity, Tantra. And so that is how you achieve a magical effect in India. You create the impression of what you want, the yantra. Then you give it body, mantra. Then you put those two together, tantra. And so the number 3 represents Ganesha. Gan, Gam, Gam is the Ganesha Bij. So Gam, game on, get your game on. The game is in motion, the ball's on the field. Fealty. Who have you sworn fealty to in this game with the ball on the field, with Gam, Ganesha, the elephant in the room? There's always an elephant in the room. And I think the elephant in the room is the game that's being played. I hope I'm not getting too abstract here. But I think there's something to be garnered and understood by the 1, 2, 3 of Yantra, Mantra, Tantra, and the magic that's being used, the spells that are being cast using the yantric forms, the image, the idea, with the voice of it, the actions that are reverberating through the world, and how these are put together to change the cauldron of belief, to get into our temples, rearrange the inner temple. For in the inner temple there is an altar, and the altar is always a double cube. Why is the altar always a double cube? Because there's the cube, and then there's the alternative cube, which rests upon the original cube, the double cube. And so we're talking about the number 16 being reflected. The number 7, what was it you said about 7, Slick? Representing movement and rest. Movement and rest. The alter ego of the cube of space. Upon the original cube of space is the altar in the temple. And that alter ego is being reprogrammed by the yantra, mantra, tantra, the 1, 2, 3, to get the rhythm going. And the lords of time are conducting the circus symphony. I like to call this symphony the circus. I've always found a lot of joy in considering the circus of reality, because we're all like clowns, and we've been taught to behave like clowns. We smile when we're sad, we cry when we're happy, and we wear a poker face when we're emotional. So, and this is generally what people do. We've been taught to hide our emotions. Have you ever tried crying in public? Just try and put that on for a show, see how that works out. People get self-conscious if they see you crying. It's like, why are you self-conscious? I'm crying. Come on, roll with it, man. So there's something to be said about this, bringing the 3 of the 2. The potentiality of 2. 2. 2 in Afrikaans means closed. 2. 1, ek in Hindi, right? Ek, do, teen, char, or Sanskrit. And ek in Germanic and Dutch means me, I. Ek, eka. Echo, echo, echo. Is there an echo in here? And it's that double cube, once again, inside the temples. And so how do we guard our temples from the 1, 2, 3? The rhythms that are being induced. How do we stop ourselves from dancing to the crazy music? We start playing a new song. And I think this is where the implementation of the powers of numbers come into effect. So we're looking at 11. And 11 is an expression of the dynamic expressive power maximized of the sphere of 2. 1, 2, 3. The duad. But it is the duad in the form that exists as 2 monads. Wow, this is like a trip, man. It's a crazy trip. So you've got 2 monads. Instead of having a duad, you've got 2 separate monads, but they represent a duad. So there's something interesting being said here, and this is the alter ego, right? A duad is a duad, but an alter ego is that double cube aspect, reflection, metaphor being expressed in the 22, which is 2 2s. And so we've got the same thing going on again, which is 4. And when we look at the 44, we've got the 8. And when we've got the 88, we've got the 16. And so we find this interesting expression of numbers moving us from 2 to 4 to 8 to 7, bringing us back to that unifying principle of the self, which I can only think of that 7 represents. It's a very deep self reflective going in, because it's the music is between the movement and the rest. The music isn't the rest, and the music isn't the movement. It is that what is between the movement and the rest. It's the feelings that are conjured between the movements and the rests of the tempo and the tones. So 22 as an expression of 11. This is something I'd like to consider. For 11 being that power duad being expressed is half a polarity of 22 in its perfect form. So we've got the number 4 expressing this, but 22 also represents, in a sense, the totality of being. I believe it's why the ancient Egyptians had the number 4 coded into everything, and why 4 is so fundamental when we look at, in the old times. Okay, so Brahma. Let's look at Brahma for a moment, the Parabrahm. The Parabrahm represents the self, represents that very core integrity of one. But in the very old forms of the Brahm, there's 4 faces looking in 4 directions. And so that you could think of as 1, 1, 1, 1. I think Slick was dancing on this notion earlier, and we've come full circle back to it. So the Parabrahm represents the Brahma looking in 4 directions. The 4 petals of Muladhara chakra. Obviously, there are 49 petals. 4 of them are represented Muladhara chakra. And so this does, in the very ancient forms, relate to knowledge. And so 22 we can think of as carrying the seed of knowledge. I like to think of it as this. For it is the potential reflected at potential. And the potential stands next to the potential. And when you've got that polarity of potential, knowledge is power. When you know how something works, you can change it. When you know how something works, you can manipulate it. When you know how something works, you can literally yoke it. Yoga. Yoga is the application of knowledge to yoke, to yoga. Tantra is the application of unity, unifying, bringing those different elements together into a state that produces knowledge. So we've got yoga expressing knowledge, and tantra recapturing knowledge, impressing knowledge, if that makes sense. And we use yoga by impressing the expressed knowledge upon ourselves. And we use tantra by expressing the impressed knowledge from within ourselves. Give you an idea, shamanism is very close to the tantra, because it's about going in and just bringing out what's there, not putting too much in, put less in, and put what's in out in nature, and just check nature's rhythm, because nature has got some cool music playing. Oh my gosh, I listen to the birds in the day. They are funking it up. And I have to come home and try out what I hear on the guitar, and it's just like, it's a flat version, but it's something. It's a flat version of what those little guys are rocking out there in the fields, man. So I'd like to bring the attention to 22, and I'd like to see if anyone's got anything to throw onto this stack of wood that I'm throwing at the table. I'm sorry if it's a bit messy. I can be a bit messy. It's part of the shamanic path to be a little bit messy.
I'll point out my favorite 22-ism is that the 22nd prime number is 79. And 79 is the periodic number for gold, the atomic number for gold. It's also the year, allegedly, that Pompeii erupted, 79 AD. I think that nugget is proof that they're fabricating history. I think the fact that they need Pompeii to land on a sacred prime number that corresponds with the master builder number is actually exposing the fact that they are fabricating history so that the divine mathematics appear to reflect upon the destiny of humanity. But yeah, I'll just throw that 22 factor. And also 22 is inside of the word constitution. When we say constitution, we're sliding a master builder symbol right under everybody's radar all along. Constitution. And these things are like gang signs, you know, and only those with eyes to see will recognize that 22 is flashing here and there and everywhere.
Being symbol literate, also, you know, a little bit of arithmetic can go a long way. It's funny, you know, when you mentioned the symbols and the gangs, because the gangs were started by the Masonic governments. You know what I mean? So, you know, this information has to come out one way or another. And if you understand one aspect, chances are much greater for you to understand and recognize other aspects, right? And this is why mockery is so important. There's a movie I would be remiss. I'm big on Marvel, very very big. However, Marvel has been trash, you know, as far as the MCU goes. For those who pay attention, it has been trash, like aside from Loki. But even Loki's viewership has gone down, you know, from what it where it started. Yesterday, the Marvels came out. Um, we can call it the Marvels. I'm going to call it the matriarchy. Right? You have Captain Marvel. You have Photon, who is also Captain Marvel in the comics. For those of us who read the comics, and you have Miss Marvel, Kamala Khan, KK 1111, right? And she was said to be the heart of the movie, interestingly enough. Any and every time they were together, they were in a triangular room, right? That's the Delta, also the Merkaba, right? Like, if I started talking about this movie, I wouldn't stop. But what told me that they were dropping heavy in this movie before it came out was the the way people were talking about it. Like they were sinking the movie before it came out. It's going to be lower than Quantum Mania. It's going to be lower than well, I don't even remember what the other one was. And it's amazingly doing better, but no one wants to talk about that. This is what happens when real master masons, women, the real divine feminine, do work. Because when it reflects here, it's not going to look like you would think it would. For the masterpiece that they actually dropped, there should be fanfare. You know, like the women should be on their feet, the men should be on their feet. Everybody's laughing and ridicule because they don't understand what it is they're actually saying. So we go back to forgive them, Father, for they know not what they do. This is talking about ignorance, right? The level of ignorance where we are right now, for that movie to come out on 11/11 and no one to recognize the divine feminine energy that they're trying to show you. I think that shows you exactly where we are, because that's going to reflect in the behavior of people. That's going to reflect in the relationships of people. That's going to reflect in this 7 year where people are being forced to do more shadow work, forced to go through more experiences, like Indy was talking about earlier. He's not the only one going through it. You know, many of us have taken that journey already. Many of us still have to go through it. And this is why this time of the year, like Slick said, is so important, because you're more prone to depression. you're more prone to negative thoughts. You're more, the holidays actually bring that on for a lot of people. Suicide goes up at this point of the year. And that's universal from older to younger. And we largely don't address it and don't talk about it. Now, of course, there is a metaphysical side and explanation to all of that. That's very easy to see. But to convey that in layman's terms, I think it's imperative at this time because people need to hear it. So, to all the Marvel fans, I can't recommend the Marvels enough. If I keep going, I won't shut up.
Let me throw down on that a little bit. This might enrich the context. I believe that Captain Marvel, the character, has a strong, I think intentional, correspondence with Jack Parsons. Jack Parsons, his birth name was Marvel.
Yes.
And yes. Also, let me point out that J is a 10, A is a 1, K is an 11. And so the name Jack, J-A-K, spells 1111. That was just a sync from earlier. And Jack Parsons, a great deal of what his circle of influence was really all about was how to get these missiles to aim better, how to make sure that these ballistics can hit their target with increased accuracy. That is really what his contribution was all about. And then what they're going to give to the public is essentially fireworks. And this is the 2-for-1 special that investors love to do. The public gets a public-facing mask, a smiley face, where everything's hunky-dory, and they get these fireworks displays, and everybody pats themselves on the back. But that was the public-facing side of what the investors were getting. What really happens is over on the down low, we'll never see what they're really doing. But a great amount of what Jack Parsons, who they named JPL after him, a great amount of the technological advancements and benefits from his input was actually how to make these missiles hit their targets. And so while everybody's glad-handing about the NASA thing, the real fact of the matter is they're just making sure that these missiles go where they want them to. And I bet to a large degree that's probably pans out in the film, in quite a few interesting ways. I haven't seen it yet, but I'm very interested in seeing it. And you are so right to mention that it coming out on 11/11 was no joke. It's no joke at all. Or what else? So yeah, I guess I just wanted to put that on top of the fact that the Marvel, I'm looking forward to seeing what's up with that, because they're taking things to a whole new level. And the public opinion, where people are shrugging a lot, people are like, oh yeah, Marvel put out a whole new movie, whatever. That is laying a cover of fog of war. It's laying cover, a mist of obfuscation around an amazing opportunity for us to catch on to disclosure. The more people say, oh, that's garbage, I don't want anything to do with it, the more they are agreeing not to read the fine print of the terms of the agreement. And so that's why I pay attention to these films, is because they are actually revealing a great amount of regarding the agenda, the Overton window, what the public will accept, what the public will acquiesce to. That's all. That's basically what it is. Film, things that you are required to acquiesce to. And we do our best to interpret that list and give resistance psychically in all the places and ways that we possibly can. and even make sure that our language comports to the fact that we're onto them, the fact that we see this agenda coming through in their art, in their terms of their agreement, and we do not comply. We do not tacitly agree by any means or measure. And so we can change our words now to formulate a resistance against what they are disclosing to us.
Perfectly said. Perfectly said. I'm not going to spoil it for you. What I will tell you, that's obvious, is of course you see just by the narrative of the story, Hecate, right? You see the crone, the mother, and the maiden, right? The work that they do in this movie is the greatest mystery school I've ever seen enacted on film. And you know, I look forward to your feedback once you've seen it. That's really all I'll say, because I don't want to spoil it.
To answer a question about how this fits into the three worlds, the 1, 2, 3 yantra, mantra, tantra is the manifestational tool. And so when you do an affirmation, you do it 3 times. And there's no coincidence that these 3 Marvel characters have been put on the stage on the 11, which is the 22, which is all 22 of your genomes, your chromosome pairs, except for the 23rd pair, which designates masculine or feminine. The other 22 carries all the codes. So if you want to change the DNA, it's 22 pairs. You want to change who I am, you want to change how I think, you want to change how I look, you want to change everything, that's the 22. So the 22 archetypes of the Kabbalah, and the 22 is an extension of 21, for 21 is a mystic number of 22, which means that 22 is encapsulating 21, which is why the Fool encapsulates the other 21, in a sense, which is why the Fool has no place or a number, for they all are an expression of the Fool. And like Slick was saying earlier, the devil and Gemini, the lovers, the lovers are, think of them as expressions above and below the firmament. Yeah. So above the firmament, you've got the expression of this experience, and below the firmament, you've got this expression of the same experience, but it's different. So you've got the devil, time, the bondage, and you've got the lovers, which is space, and the way in which space and time correlate. So this movie is powerful magic, powerful yantra, mantra, tantra. The yantra is the form of the movie. The tantra, the mantra is the expression of the movie and the emotional impact. And the tantra is what you're going to take from it, how it's going to shape your thoughts, ideas, beliefs. Part of the 1111 is being expressed here, which is how 1 becomes 2 and then becomes 4. So where's 3 in the picture? See, 1, 2, 3 becomes 4 on its journey to 6, if you want to put it into context. So you've got the Tao, then the Tao is separated. You've got the Yang and the Yin. And then you've got the Yin of Yang and the Yang of Yin bound by the Tao, the 3. And then you've got the Yang within Yin that responds to the Yin within Yang, responding to the Yang that responds to the Yin, the 4. And then these become the expression of the Yin, the Yang, and the Tao, once again expressed above the firmament, 6, in terms of its 2 hexagrams, which is why there are 2 hexagrams for each of the I Ching figures, right? Very important. And those hexagrams represent broken lines and fixed lines. So if you draw a hexagram, at some point there's going to be a line crossing another line, right? Some lines are going to have to be broken. And some lines are going to be the lines that are crossing over the broken lines, and those lines are going to be unbroken. So there you have why the 64 hexagrams are so important as an expression of these 3 principles through the different scales of being. And then when you look at what's going on, these 3 are scaling up to form 32. The 32 paths of the tree of life, which are the 22 factors, which are expressions of activity between the 10 states of being. The 10 states of being are the innate coming into manifestation in motion. So the innate, the 9 principles become the 10th principle. So the mystic number of 10 is 9 in this sense. And so we can see how the magic is being employed on the silver screen using the Hollywood wand to hypnotize the brain, using these numbers and using our mythos, which correspond to the numbers, and by no accident putting these 3 characters into a triangular room like Carlisle mentioned. I mean, wow, this is mind-blowing. This makes me really want to watch this. It's like, what else have these people done, these geniuses? And I definitely think we'll probably have to have a talk about this marble. Marble. They've got us playing marbles. Losing our marbles, right? Marble. B and V are also always interchangeable in these ancient languages. So what are they trying to talk about marble? Marble is what you cast a statue in, isn't it? Like get you trapped in a form. This is the form we want to trap you in. We want to show you something marvelous, something for you to marvel over, so that your brain can become marbleized. Bill. There's a bill. Where's the bill? What bill are we paying? So what is this bill about? They're giving us a bill. And we have to pay attention. We have to pay the bill. And we pay the bill with our attention, and it mars our state of being. See? So that's how this does relate to the 1, 2, 3, the monad, the duad, and the triad, because it's how it's being used. And these 3 aspects of the supernal are the fundamentals of all occult magical practice in terms of bringing anything into being. Any witch would tell you that it's the law of 3. Any occultist will speak to you of these 3 principles. It's why we speak of the Merkaba having the 3 points reflected up and down. And so these 3 points, when reflected up and down, find a focus. And the focus of the 3 points reflected up and down become the 4th point, reflected up, reflected down. And so it brings us into the rhythm of 12. So 3 becomes 12. The 1 and the 2 are present in the 3. So 3 is always silent. Silent in as much as it's a reverberation of time and space. I hope Indigo's drinking her water, slopping isn't too loud. So the 3 is the silent player in the game of marbles. And the game of marbles that's being played is without marbles. I think I'll throw the mic at the stage.
Marble makes me think of mare and bull, like the female horse. Or sometimes I think Mars and bull, being like the ram and the bull. all of which being very formidable, strong, overpowering mammals that are very dominant. And also brings up all of the horoscopes involved with that. Taurus, Aries. I don't know if there's a horse one, but the horse makes me think of the Norse mythology. Gleipnir. And also, Gleipnir has a similar name to the binding that captures the wolf of Loki. And the name of the wolf of Loki is actually the old name of Loki. The actual name of the wolf is Vangonder. That's what Vangonder. But he's binded in the Sleipnir binding by Balder, who loses his hand to him. And man, I'm really excited to get involved into this Loki Marvel show because Loki is very important in my life. To me, Loki has a strong connection with Enki and other underworld gods. Although a lot of other people connect, instead of Loki with Enki, they connect Odin with Enki because Odin represents Mercury, like Hermes and Thoth and Jehudi. And so there's an interesting connection between Loki and also with Odin. And although a lot of people consider Odin to be the father of Loki, it is said that Odin and Loki are not necessarily kin of the same family. But Gabe, you had something to say about that.
No, I was actually just waving at Aaron in the comments.
Okay.
But yeah, have you seen in any of the Loki series thus far, or have you not even started the beginning of the series?
Yeah, I've been watching The Protector right now. I just finished Shadow and Bone. The Protector's really
nice. Yeah.
It's a Turkic show. Takes place in Turkey. It's about mystics that have mystical powers to fight against the immortals, to overrun humanity. It's the tyrannistic corporatocracy. He keeps us down. Fascinating show.
Buddy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Dude, Turkey is turning out to be the most fascinating location. It's so alluring. I can't get enough. I feel like I could just invest the rest of my life in that single location. It feels like a lot of history pivots in essential ways. I think there's a lot more to learn.
And it's like the new cradle of
I love pointing.
With Göbekli
Yes. Yep. Here's a fun one. When I hear the word turkey, I don't hear the word turkey like the bird, although there is that also. I think be thinking about the peacock as its relationship to the turkey, but I also hear the word torch, a torque. Yes, the torque is the flashlight of the. Well, the torque is the flashlight of the caves, and if you want to go through the caves of Turkey, you're going to need a torque. You're going to need a torch to light up the underworld,
to illuminate everything. Now, the word turkey actually comes from the Hebrew word for peacock, tuki. So there's a strong connection between the two. Although the Native Americans call the turkey to be the earth eagle. But yeah, peacock and turkey are very closely related. Sweet. It's considered to be the American peacock by the Hebrews.
I love that, earth eagle.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for that. That is great.
Animal Speak has a lot of wisdom on this. The book Animal Speak.
Another thing when considering that word, tourmaline. Tourmaline is a gem that reflects magical acts towards you. protects you from spells, which is why it's the best gem for a dream catcher, hypothetically, whichever color you fancy. I always recommend the what's it called? I forget the name of it, the brown one, because they're very often double terminate, by the way.
I have a lot of
It's like a
black tournaments.
brown
I haven't seen a
rubite,
black tournament.
rubite. It's called rubite tourmaline. Though tour means to cast a spell. Tour. And tour key. You got to turn the key of the spell key. So Turkey is a very mystical land as well, you know, the land of spells.
I just got this new black tourmaline from a new friend that started a rock shop in town. Great guy.
Skoro. I think it's called Skoro.
Skoro. I consider 11 to be like a base number of the master numbers, because if you multiply by 11 by anything of the integers, it will create the master number of that integer. So in a lot of ways, it's its own base system, and it's representative of manifestation. And to me, the idea of 1111 being the manifestation of low key is representative of what some of you may have heard about Manly P. Hall talking about the prophecy of the establishment changing over to Luciferian worship and pushing it onto the masses as the NWO takes hold. And he's prophesied this for decades. He's been talking about how they're going to try to use Zionism against Islam to wipe each other out, and they're going to have Luciferian overtake as Zionism has fallen under. And I feel like that's already begun. But this could be like a small hint to us that things to come. And Loki's been demonized, just like Lucifer has been demonized.
Yeah. Part of that agenda really is playing out, you know, but the idea that, you know, that an army of nihilists are supposed to rise up and fight in the final battles to come. And so that part of the prophecy still doesn't quite sit very well with me, but I have been chasing it down actively, very proactively. And I think that the definition of nihilist might need a real close examination. I think that it is possible that the prophecy is lined up to come true, that there will be a sect of people who believe in nothing. We believe in nothing. But I think by default, a lot of people might fall into that category unwittingly. And I think that hazard, that hazard actually a much broader trap or snare or fulfillment of the prophecy than a lot of people would ever have thought of before. So yeah, I'm starting to think that it's possible that part of the army of nihilists might be the scientism. Even the atheists might by default fall into that crowd. And I think when war comes upon you, whether you want it to or not, we are oftentimes put in a ultimatum, in a position where you didn't think you would ever have to choose. You didn't think you would ever have to make a vow or a pledge of allegiance to any agenda or political camp. But when war comes, that's exactly what happens. They start drawing lines in the sand. Everybody needs the other person to be othered to the extreme. And also people's reactivity becomes more and more limited, more and more predictable as our options, as we get cornered into certain options with the economy becoming the way it is. So yeah, the army of nihilists, I think they're you could think of them as like fence sitters, or people who don't think they ever had to make a choice. Well, you know, when emergency powers are in place, you're going to be put in a position to make choices. And here we are. We're speaking very vaguely on purpose because we have to. But I think we should look back to the Crusades, into the conversos, into the times when people were forced to make an allegiance to an idea. You know, like one example is trust the science. You know, when that motto went through the zeitgeist, it was almost like a temperature check. And somebody in the room would say, "Oh, I trust the science," and then they would look around for anybody who hesitates to agree with them. If you hesitate to agree with the trust the science mantra, then you're going to be whatever, isolated. We'll just put it that way.
Yeah, there's different feelings about this amongst people, but I feel like science is based on God as the foundation, based on the works of René Descartes, having established that without God as the foundation of our reality, all we can know is that this could be the plot of an evil deceiver. And so without our objective reality based on the idea that God has absolute truth, knowledge, then we can strive towards that absolute truth together, find that one truth. Without that, we can go in all these different directions and find different relativistic truths, but we'll never necessarily come together. And so to me, that's one of the foundations of science that makes it so that science cannot be nihilistic or atheistic. But people tend to take that philosophy somehow.
I'd love to jump in on that.
And I love
of G. Oh, please continue. I'm going to go on a tangent, so do continue.
Okay, well, I just love that you mentioned René Descartes, because that's a very important part of the lineage we've been handed, and I think it's crucial that we all keep that part of the story alive, because René Descartes putting that seed of doubt that it might be an evil god or an evil spirit playing tricks on our minds, that is the first and maybe the only time that the demiurge has been publicly acknowledged. And academia still today teaches the kids that come through the schools, they're like, yeah, Descartes said there might be an evil demon doing this as a trick. And that's the only time that academia will acknowledge the demiurge as a concept. And Descartes gets all the credit. So I just wanted to say that demiurgic trickster that Descartes put forward is also, it's the Loki, it's the Yaldabaoth, it's all the things Gnostic. It's a very essential little gem that is still accepted in the schools of in the ivory towers of university with no S on the end. What up, Ronan?
Welcome, brother Ronan. How are you doing? Ronan is an awesome podcast hero. He's also a shamanically inspired cat that has got his fingers in nature's ear, so to speak. Also appreciates the birds like I do. I think that's something that we share very closely. The bird song speaks to us. Also a wonderfully well educated and in tune with understanding the metaphor of life expressed through the character of words, which are a pyramid of ideas that construct and deconstruct aspects of our minds. I'd love to give Ronan the stage. Just before I do, before the conversation moves away from this one point, I wanted to bring the tetragrammaton and throw it at the stage. Wham, bam, thank you, ma'am, because we've been touching at the tetra, the triangle, these three aspects, and just to consider that the tetragrammaton has got three elements in it. So it's got three representatives of the Aleph, Mem, and Shin, three representatives of the three mothers, the mothers from witchcraft, the crone, the queen, and the princess, the three representatives of the yantra, mantra, and the tantra. The three representatives are present and playing the game and the dance of the tetragrammaton, which represents 26 numerologically. But the numbers on the stage are the number 1, which is essentially what this is pointing at. But each of the numbers that are put into there are the fundamental archetypes and structures that are reflecting our consciousness. So the first one we're looking at would represent what we can call the Virgin, the Yot, representing the Virgin, Virgo in energy, Mercury in its feminine aspects, and then we've got the Ram in its active form, producing Aries. And then we've got Taurus, the bull, in its fixed form, representing the swivel, the toric field around which everything is oscillating and moving through and in and out, that connects all other things, representing sound, the sound that is producing the thoughts that move through the wax, and this reverberates back towards itself to create the second hair. Sort of the same way that the altar has got the cube and the altar cube. The altar is the same way that the soul represents the ego, and that the ego recreates a persona that we consider as the ego, but it's actually a proxy when we're looking at the ego. So the tetragrammaton does represent all of these in a very interesting way. And so we've got the Yot, which is a very powerful symbol, which represents the hand or the finger that can point, the finger that can direct, which is very much a reminiscence of the self, of that super, and once again, the impression of the one, which is in proxy state. And then we've got obviously the hair, which represents the sphere of cause and effect, as the passions that drive the system. And then we've got the Vav, which represents the nail of Taurus, that fixes one thing to another thing through the toric field. And this recaptivates itself in the second form of Aries, which is the body. And so the body becomes an expression of the three worlds of the shaman once again. So I think the tetragrammaton is something for us to also mull over while we're looking at these things, because it seems to be fundamental to understanding the 1, the 2, and the 3. And I'm hoping Carlisle will at some point throw us 123, if you're up for it. Carlisle does these awesome grimoires. Ronan, brother, I'd love to hear from you. I'd love for you to spit your fire at us. Do please captivate us with your words.
Yeah, what's going on, everyone? I do not want to get in the way of Khalil if he's about to drop some gnosis, because his words, every word he spells is incredibly powerful. Yeah, I appreciate the intro, Franklin. That's amazing. I thought you were going to keep going. I love it. I love telling me how all this. No, I'm just joking. It's an honor to be here next to these legends. Indy's got a shirt on, kind of. That's awesome. He wears a shirt. He wears no shirt but a hat, and then when he wears a shirt, he doesn't wear a hat. But anyways, in Slick, it's just an honor to be here. I do have a question. I'll hold it because it might take us down another tangent, Franklin. But in reference to some of the more like Buddhist Hindu questions as it relates to this, but I can save it, and I'm just gonna listen and learn. And shout out to all the chat. And
Spit it,
yeah,
spit it. spit the Buddhist Hindu stuff.
Well, it's a question because I'm not knowledgeable in that regard. I heard a really great talk lately, within the last couple of weeks, about you have the Russian dolls, you have all those characters with the multiple arms and multiple faces in places like India. That's very popular, and that's all like, I love the way this guy broke it down. His name's Brother Sanchez. He just blows my mind. How all those different facets are us, right? Like the one, like myself, for example. Those are all different facets, and we have to keep peeling away these different layers of ourself, as we navigate this realm, to get to the ultimate source.
Don't forget about Yahweh being portrayed as a whale with like innumerable eyes.
Yeah, and that's all this different layers of us. So I think the goal here in this these trials, if you will, if I can put it that way, is like to just peel those eyes, all those different faces, all those different Russian doll things, to get down to the pure the oneness. They're all connected. They're like branches, but they get to like boil it all down to get to the one, to make them all completely one. And I'm not doing the justice, but I think you guys are already so smart that you can take what I think. I'm not being very articulate, but you guys get what I'm saying, and I want to hear your guys' take on that. Yeah.
I think that can be expressed succinctly by the fact that egoism has been prophesied as a time of the end.
Yeah.
When egoism has risen to its greatest point, things will begin to collapse and people will be drawn together, because we've been divided for so long and pushed apart from ourselves and from each other. We're coming to a point where that's going to have to come to an end, and the people are going to be drawn back together and naturally be driven to bring love and compassion into the world, not being told to do so, just as a response of all the darkness we've been put through and all the dirt we've been brought through. We're seeds that are rising through that dirt towards the light, and we're getting there.
Indeed, you know exactly. Thank you. Yeah, keep going, because I love to learn more about that aspect. I love the idea I heard recently, based on a targeted weather weapon in Acapulco, how the palm trees were fine, and evidently underneath the ground, all the palm trees' roots connect with each other. And someone was like, "Oh, they shake hands." So underneath they're all individual trees, but underneath, they're all connected. And that's how they stay strong and can handle stuff like that. So you made me think of that. But yeah, I love it. I love the idea you brought in ego, and we're all kind of fractals. We're all fractals of the one, but there's all kinds of ego layers within this fractal as well. And yeah.
And we're all taught to focus on our differences, and we can all see those plain as day, but to focus on our similarities has been blocked from us. So to see our common ground between one another is going to be our strength point. That's where our roots connect, underground. But they push us to not see that, because it's covered up a little bit, but it's there and we can feel it if we look for it. But if we are so caught up in our differences, then that's not going to unite us. But when we start to realize the power of our commonalities and our common ground can really bring us together and bring us into power, and there's power in numbers, bring us into like power of being able to support one another, instead of having to compete against one another and bring each other down. The power of being able to support one another and bring each other up in the face of a common enemy, who could be the establishment or someone not. What they're trying to do is they try to tell us that the bad guy is the other victims of the establishment on the other side of the sea. It's like we're both suffering from being held down by a corrupt establishment of tyrants, and they're pushing us against each other. Once we start to realize that that's going on and we can take the power back, that's when the real power is going to come for us. And I feel like that's part of rising out of the fallen patriarchy, and whether that's going to be rising back into the golden matriarchy or into some kind of a sacred union is to be determined. But I personally feel like men having power exclusively is bound to fall into corruption, because men don't have maternal instincts that women have, and we can compartmentalize our thoughts easier. And so it's easier for us to not have ethics and morals and to act without them. Whereas with having women into the power mechanism can help ratify that and bring compassion to the forefront in the actions and decisions that we make. And I feel like that's going to be a big part of the rising up from this confusion, from this division, and then the bringing together of the two great complements together at the top is going to be part of the rising up from all of this insanity.
Dude, I said some amazing brilliance last night. You guys should check out the show. It was in relation to and it was funny. We were all synced up per usual on the firmament, right? And we know mente means mind when you boil it down. The firm, and nothing firm, nothing firm is going to this body. We can't get past that firm. And this avatar here stays here in this realm. It's dust to dust. This is material that belongs to this video game here, so it's not going to get past the firm. And so you have to leave this physical stuff. You mentioned you reminded me of that because you mentioned male and masculinity. I mean, this is an avatar. This is a suit that I'm wearing right now, and I'm not necessarily male. Like when you get down to my source, my energy source, and however you want to define that. But I'm not I'm not a male in the cosmos, right? I don't think females are females in the cosmos. I think that's just but anyway, you guys get my point. I think when we want to leave this realm, all firm related things are going to stay here, and all dense things are going to stay here. And so that you guys get it. Again, I don't need to keep going on, but and then that brings in other things like is the sun, the soul, like the little gate portal to get out? Is that like that? Or I've heard of soul traps. I've heard of that's actually a flim flam. I always like to joke around, like, great, I got to worry about shysters in the next, I'm like, I got to worry about scammers in the next thing. Like, go down this way, go down that way. But anyway, that's another thing. But but thank you, Indy. You took my question and you knew exactly what I was asking. So thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for opening things up here.
I would love to add one thing. You mentioned the firmament. It's really funny. I think it's 2 days ago. Is it 2 days or 3 days? Well, within the last 2 or 3 days, I was filming on just after sunrise, part of series 3 video about the firmament. And they're longer. They're like half an hour. I think that's like a 40-minute clip. But it's just interesting how the synchronicities are moving. Whoa! MoonFeather. Dun, dun, dun. Hello, my dearest. This is MoonFeather. She does readings, astrology. I am so happy to see MoonFeather. MoonFeather has been so busy, and she's gracing us with her time. So much love to you, my dear. God bless you. And she does readings with tarot cards, with other forms of astrological alignment knowledge, and wraps it all up together with her ESP and her natural intuitive psychic telepathic abilities to produce a form of guidance for people. And she's got a channel, she's got awesome videos, she's got a lovely heartfelt presence. Welcome, my dear.
Peace and blessings to everyone. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, you sound good.
Oh, yeah. Once you get one Ronin in here, be careful inviting one Ronin. Kalel, we come in packs. We roll in packs.
Peace and blessings to everyone. Oh my gosh. I really did push to come to be here with you guys today. I know I haven't been here in the past couple of lives, but I'm extremely grateful to be here. So glad to see everyone. The energy has been amazing. Bless you, Franklin. Thank you so much always for your messages, for your energy of love and encouragement. Gabe, always so wonderful to see you. You really light up the platform for sure. Kala, what is up? Were we just not hanging out last night? These are my bros. Kala, Ronan, they're totally my bros. I love them so much. Last night's show was amazing. The night before was amazing too. We did a double header. It was great. Thursday and Friday. Wonderful. Indy, what is up? Indy always lighting up the platform as well. Everyone in the chat, peace and blessings to everyone in the chat. I love the topic for today. I'm just gonna just a synchronicity because we're talking about a 1, 2, 3, 4. I just realized just a really cute synchronicity. I realized that we're gonna end the year 12, 31, 23. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. If anybody's ever has realized that. So that's really special for this year. Yeah, so you got 12, 31, 23. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. I thought that was great. Yeah, guys. So, just keep on doing your thing. I'm here. I'm so grateful to be here. Thank you.
Thanks for being here.
Absolutely lovely to have you.
That's a great catch on the.
On the 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, that is a very
Nice.
special end of the year. You're right.
It really is.
Totally powerful, synchronous energetics. And that was exactly what I was asking Carlisle to throw as a grimoire, a short, condensed grimoire sesh about the 1, 2, 3, 123 being such a powerful set of numbers containing both the monad, duad, and the triad. I want to address the question that Ronan threw at the table when he threw the mic at the table, and Russian dolls. It's back to what I was talking about in the first hour. Sorry to all of those of you that came. We started an hour early. I'm not quite sure how I did that, but anyway, that's how it worked. The 3 worlds of the shaman were outlined there, and the 3 worlds of the shaman have 3 bodies. And so there is we discussed one of these bodies quite intently, right? The causal body, and the astral body, and the etheric body, and the physical body. So how do these fit together? Which are the Russian dolls? Now, normally people consider the etheric body being inside the physical and the astral being inside. I'm going to break it down in another way. So you have the fundamental body, which is in a man, the polarities are different to a woman. It's very important to understand this. Our physical body, as a man, my physical body is positive. As a woman, physical body is negative. Receives, gives. Penis outside of me projects. Woman inside of her receives the projectile. It's mathematics. It's quite simple. Now, that means that my astral body is negative, and a woman's astral body is positive. Sorry, my etheric body is negative, and a woman's etheric body is positive, which means my astral body is positive and a woman's astral body is negative, which means my causal body is negative and a woman's causal body is positive. So this is the polarities of being as they are mapped out from the mathematical and polarity side of things in terms of like occult cosmologies. And it doesn't matter whether you're looking at it from a shamanic perspective or whether you're looking at it from Vedic chakric systems relating to the Svadhisthana chakra, to the Visuddhi chakra, to the Akshana chakra. It's the same story, whichever way. I broke this down a little bit with the months in part, and I won't repeat it again because it would be, those of you that want to, it's in the first hour of the show that came early for people in the US. So sorry to all of you, but it adds on an extra hour. So how this relates to the bodies is, you could say that the fundamental body is the body that represents that aspect of the self which is carrying the experience from life to life to life to life, echoing through the reverberating walls of time, bringing new space into being through the proverbial rhyme that's mine. So the causal body is the essential Manu, Parabrahm, reflection of consciousness that is bringing the time and the space into alignment here. Then the causal body has within it, within the sphere of the causal body, an astral body. And the astral body represents the emotional content of the energy, the emotion, the motion of energy. The Visuddhi is the point that reconnects from this anahata experience so that we can experience energy through the vibrational sphere of sound becoming resonant. We call it the unstruck sound of the heart chakra in meditation and dhyana from the Vedic perspective. From the Kabbalistic perspective, we are speaking about Bria, where we're speaking about Atzilut as being the causal body, the mode of consciousness that represents Atzilut, absolute. And then the Bria represents the astral emanative sphere, which is within the Absolute, not complete in itself, for the Absolute is complete. The causal body is complete. And so this produces within that astral body a body of form, for the astral body represents energy and movement, and spirale, the spirals of being. Within the spiraling energetic system, there is another body within that body, that's the body of form, the etheric body, eth, the beginning and the ending, etheric. So the rotating balls of energy, is put into eth, context of beginning and end, form. So the etheric body exists within the astral body, and the astral body powers the etheric body with the energy that is moving through it, as it is an emanation of the causal influence, which is the causal body. And so these three bodies represent the three worlds, or the three modes of transit and travel in the three states of being, the three worlds of the shaman, or Atzilut, Bria, and Yetzirah. Yetzirah representing the etheric. It relates to mind thinking, where the astral represents, the Bria represents the more subtle, the emotionals, which are less substantial. And we can't speak much about the causal influences because it's more fundamental as to what it is. Then within the etheric body, there is a physical body. So we think of 3D. Now I'm going to use these terms. These terms have been butchered and bastardized and hammered with slate hammers by so-called mystics. But I'm going to, in fear of creating total disharmony and confusion, I'm going to use these terms, but not meaning the terms that other people have necessarily affixed to it in all of their, like, beaming down Scotty from some extraterrestrial heaven. 3D, the three-dimensional reality, which is actually a 4D universe because of time. Time is the dimension. So the 3Ds of space is actually bound in the fourth dimension of time. So we speak of this is 3D world. This is not a 3D world. This is a 4D world. If it was a 3D world, it would be static. But because it's a 4D world, it's not static. It means it's in movement. It means it's one 3D, another 3D, another 3D, another 3D, another 3D, another 3D, another 3D. And all these 3Ds together compose the structure of 4D. So we're in a 4D world. And in this 4D world of time, there is the etheric 5D, if you want to consider it in such terms. With the etheric 5D, we see the form of the pentagram, and the pentagram as representing that mercurial aspect, which is touching both the etheric, so touching the form, which becomes physicality, but also has access to the emotional, higher spiritual realms as the messenger of the gods, hence the wings and the ears, the wings on the ankles. Very cute little picture, that. And then we can extrapolate that 5D into the 6D of the astral. And 6D is now a very abstract state of being, where 5D represents the 4Ds of time, which is time, pages of a book all put together, the book of time, beginning, ending, a long structure of time. And in the etheric, we can experience time in different ways, which is interesting. But in the astral, we go into 6D. We actually move beyond a state of form and beyond a state of time into the state of pure energy, the pranic field. So the pranic field we can consider as 6D emanation. And the pranic field exists within the causal influence, the causal body. And the causal body is a 7D, 7-dimensional state of being. And in the 7-dimensional states of being, the causal influence has got all 7 aspects under its thumb, under my thumb. So the causal body is responsible for everything that is happening here. All of the microcosmic actors on the proverbial stage of life are dancing to the tune of the causal body. And so this causal, whoa, hold a moment, hold the bass, Oh, Soraya. So the causal body is the manifestation of this influence on the physical plane and on all the planes between. Are basically what's working through here. So I'd love to welcome Soraya Nadia. Soraya is a beautiful sister, very heartfelt, integrous, very glued to being herself, very genuine. I've got a lot of love for Soraya. A lady of few words, but what she says comes from the heart. She writes the most beautiful poetry and has the most uplifting and inspiring message that touches the hearts. And somebody was speaking about the mycorrhiza. Was it Ronan? The mycorrhiza that communicate between the taproot systems of the palm trees, because the palm tree is a taproot. It's one deep root that goes down, but the network of the mycorrhiza, which is spores. Where is Louis when we need him? This is Louis's domain. Are the communication networks between all of the trees which connect them.
I believe that palm trees are monocotyledon and their roots go out.
Oh, is that so? But don't they have the deepest root?
No, I don't think so.
Don't they have an incredibly deep root?
No. They're like a grass.
Okay.
Yeah,
Fair
I think
enough.
that's alfalfa has the deep root. Like of all the grasses, alfalfa's.
Okay.
I was thinking about the palm trees because they stand so tall and stand
Which is
so
interesting
high.
because it's alfalfa.
It must be reflected as above, so below in the soil. But fair enough. So the mycorrhiza and all of these spores in the soil is I'm imagining the communication networks for the nutrition. But welcome, Soraya. God bless you. Love to hear from you. And it's an honor to have you.
Hi, everyone. How's everyone?
Bless you, Soraya. Listen, Soraya might be a few words, but she is a posting gangster. She loves to post. I love how she chimes in. She loves to always give feedback and sends out her poetry. She's amazing in the Telegram.
Thank
Peace
you.
and right.
How's everyone?
Doing good. How are you?
I'm great.
We're getting an echo on my side from somebody. You guys hear it?
Yeah, I hear it too.
Yeah, I'm via Google, and when I opened this, it said in the top bottom, just underneath the name of the page, that Google was having echo problems, and they were fixing it.
If you have the
So
YouTube,
it can have.
the YouTube.
Oh yeah, Google and YouTube are connected, so yeah.
Yeah, but if you have Jetstream going, you have to mute your YouTube.
That's right. Right. If you have a window
Okay,
open,
I'm not.
if you
I don't have YouTube on the background, so.
Good. I thought somebody might. No worries. Glad to have you ladies here with us today.
Thanks.
Yeah, the mycorrhizal connection of the roots. Is that the fungal connection that connects the roots? No, that mycorrhizal is just part of the root system, right?
Hold on. Welcome to the portal. Oh, she fixed it. Soraya, I was gonna play a game.
Got it.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It's basically like your cells in your body are kept together by microbes, and the nutrients and everything, like the microbes in our body outnumber our own cells, right? And it's the same for trees in the soil. So the mycorrhiza is like, let's say you're growing cannabis, hypothetically. You want to add your mycorrhiza. There's other forms of these positive fungi that you can add, but it's got to do with the fungi in the soil that act as symbiotes, and they attach to the roots. They feed off of the exhumes. The what do you call the exhumes? The plants secrete, the trees will secrete a form of sugar, and the sugar that they secrete will feed the mycorrhiza, and they will benefit from the sugar that is coming from above, which is obviously sunlight that is turned into sugar, which you need green leaves for. They don't have it under the soil, but they then in return will help to bring in all the nutrients and act as a support network to communicate between all of the plants, not just the trees, but all of the plants so all of the plants are actually communicating through their networks of roots systems using various different fungi which operate in the same way that mycorrhiza operate. Mycorrhiza is just the most well-known one. Anybody that grows cannabis should be using it, is using it because it rocks.
Yeah, symbiotic fungus. That's beautiful. I know Paul Stamets was the first one to bring that for the foreground for a lot of people. Paul Stamets, if you guys don't know about him, has a lot of wisdom about how mushrooms can save the world. He's got ideas about creating myconol. He can create a fuel from mushrooms, and he can break down all the plastics and petroleum waste products from certain fungal cultures. And you can also kill off termites with fungi. But it seems to be the interconnecting element of the life force on Earth that brings us all together. It's kind of like something that's here, interconnecting us, helping us communicate with each other. I mean, in a lot of ways, fungus are very similar to animals. It's just that they digest outside of themselves, whereas we digest inside of ourselves, but they breathe oxygen and release CO2 just like us. We have a lot in common with them.
And great white sharks are mammals.
Great white sharks, the old land sharks.
Sorry, I had to add that in there. It still blows my mind to think of great white sharks as mammals because they don't lay eggs. They give birth to their young alive in the sea.
They do? They don't give shark eggs like the other sharks? That's cool.
Fascinating, isn't it?
Yeah, it's amazing how mammals look like sharks, like dolphins look like a shark. because their fin goes a different way. But it makes you wonder if there's other stuff like that we haven't picked up on yet. There's a lot of things we call the wrong thing, like starfish, panda bear. You know, everybody would have thought pandas were a bear. They look like a bear until they saw the little pouch. Marsupials are just so fascinating. I'm getting on crazy tangents with all this zoology.
Wait a minute. Pandas are marsupials? What?
Yes, they're not a bear.
Stop it.
Yeah. Actually, they were a mythical creature. They were thought to be a mythical, make-believe fantasy creature.
Right.
Teddy Roosevelt went in and actually brought one back for the first time. People could be like, wow, they're actually a real thing? What?
Wow. I mean, they're very revered in the Eastern culture for sure.
And that was
dinosaurs are dragons. The fake dinosaur story are actually dragons and giants.
The name dinosaur didn't come into being until I think like 1940.
That's right. That's right.
Well, again, we're going on a tangent. Welcome to Tangent Verse. But if you look at, I mean, dinosaurs are fake. If you look at the bone wars in the 1800s, it'll be like these two groups would create fake fossils. 90% of them known to be fraudulent, and I guess they just have the other 10%. These are they're considered good. So yeah, those
fundamentalists believe that there was never any dinosaurs. It's just something that people who want to deny God can use as an excuse.
It's Smithsonian. And if you look at when the first dinosaur stuff was found, it was first found in the 1800s in America. So it's all it's that whole line of thinking, or it's all part of the hidden history. It goes along with evolution. It goes along with you're not special, those types of things. So yeah, I don't want to go off on that tangent. I'm sorry, but dragons though. I am. I mean, and when I say dragon, I mean actual dragons. I'm leaning towards them having been a thing.
Yeah. Dragon was also used to refer to a man like a daemon, referring to a man that had godly powers. And oftentimes these godly men were referred to as the reptilian peoples or the serpent people. And so it makes you wonder sometimes.
Interesting.
They're called the Naga in India.
Yeah.
Wow, brother. Were you going to throw 1, 2, 3 at us?
I was trying. When you look into the shining ones, when you look into the Nagas, as you just said, when you look into the Nagas, when you look into the aureus crown of the Nezut Biddies or the pharaohs, you see this energy. There's absolutely no getting away from it. It's the highest form of knowledge in this realm. We're going into the year of the dragon next year, right? And to actually go back to something that Indy and Slick and Ronan were all mentioned earlier, talking about this idea of, the levels our own minds, our own spirits go to. Look at the Mummy. I think it was the Mummy, the Tomb of the Dragon Emperor from 2008. Look at Hellboy, the Golden Army, right? Look at the Flying Monkeys of the Wicked Witches of the West. Look at the Knights of the Golden Circle, right? This is the demiurge. This is the demons. These are the shadows that we create for the parts of us that we forget. It is what you don't remember that makes you the most you, right? That's what we bury the deepest in our subconscious. This is being reflected in our mythology. The mythology shows you how to overcome it. This is why it is timeless. That's why no matter what the iteration is, whether it's Star Wars, whether it's Loki, whether it's Kemetic or Norse mythology or indigenous. You have institutions like the Smithsonian that come along to actually tell you, to poke you in the intellect and say, this is what we did to your shit. Because when you look at the narrative of dinosaurs, it makes no sense whatsoever. You only have to look at the surface. Any museum you go to, you will see replicas. They tell you this is a replica, right? But it didn't exist. What they found were giants, your ancestors, and dragons. Dragon is the only animal you see in every culture. Look at how much more accurate Chinese astrology is. Every animal in that zodiac exists, including the dragon. If you don't believe me, just pay close attention to the year that we're going into. It is the year of the dragon, and it is the year of karma.
Makes me curious about things like the Brontosaurus, which was considered to be a mistake because they mixed two different types of species together, but maybe they're all something like that. Is that what you guys think? Or
Well, just look at how much the Brontosaurus would have had to have eaten, right? Now, this would have to go into the previous reset of, you know, plants and what we call trees being so much bigger. But yet and still, it doesn't pander out. It doesn't measure whatsoever.
Fire, dude. That zodiac, the Chinese zodiac for sure. Real quick. Franklin, you mentioned spiral earlier. There's spiral mounds here that they destroyed here where I am in Georgia. They destroyed them. They're known as some of the older pyramids, the spiral pyramids. That's why they're so much older. And here they also have some pyramids that they destroyed, the leak mounds, which we're leaking secret information here right now. So let the leaks come, let the water flow. But that's all. Go ahead.
Ancient dragonflies were too big to have existed, so maybe that was a goof up. Maybe they didn't think that through well enough.
Well, dragonflies are the only ones that can look around themselves at 300 all degrees.
But have you guys heard this? Like the insects were at such a large size that they would have imploded in our current pressure system, and so they think that the pressure system might have changed.
Oh wow.
That gets in the vapor canopy talk. Yeah,
I don't think that pressure system works in Australia because they got massive beast insects over there. No, thank you. No, thank you. So I am super grateful that insects are the size that they are. Because if they were any bigger, I would have to get off of this plane.
Spiders get huge, like those camel spiders. It's like, how can they be that big? Imagine if flying things were that big. Oh my God.
No. Thank you. It's the little flying spiders that are here in the States that it freaks me out. I can't.
Little webs and they fly up on their web.
Yeah, no, thank you. I love Spider-Man, but sorry.
So MoonFeather, you wouldn't be friends if you met a really cool ant person? You'd be prejudiced against them?
What do you mean an ant person? Like an actual ant, like humanoid? What?
Yeah. Yes. There's the Hopi
Do you know some? Do you know one? Do you know of one?
I mean, I haven't met. I mean,
I've heard of their kind.
Listen, I don't think anyone. Maybe that's my opinion, right? I don't think anyone here would be kind of like, hey, what's up, ant humanoid? Come hang out with me. How do we know that it's not a fire ant? Fire ants like to bite.
True.
Well, I'm not saying you got to go on a date with one. I'm just saying, like.
Can I show you something about ants?
Yeah.
So,
if you remember, there were two Disney ant movies, right? I think one was Pixar, Ants, A Bug's Life, something along those lines, right?
I think I know you're trying to come to. I've seen that scene.
Okay. So about
it's the one that they're all together in the same room, and the king says, he makes a suggestion that if one person thinks, if they can make one person think that way, all the others will too, and that one had to be shut up.
Yes, indeed. Um, that is showing you hive mentality, right? But I want to bring it all the way forward. Since we got some Marvel nerds in the house to kind of make sense real easy. Quantum Mania came out the beginning of this year, right? Quantum Mania had a villain played by Jonathan Majors, who went through all kinds of drama and is still going through for a reason, right? For many reasons, actually. Since we're speaking on a quantum level, how was Kang beaten in that movie? He was beaten by Ant-Man. I want you to think about that in the scope of superheroes and in the idea of what we're talking about as far as consciousness goes. Now, if he was beaten by Ant-Man, mind you, that movie tanked because of what it actually showed you. They tanked it on purpose, so you'll miss what's actually being conveyed. It's about your excuse me. It's about your consciousness, right? It's about your focus, what you choose to focus on. They had to destroy all aspects of that movie. Mind you, a variant of that character is the connective tissue in Loki. It's Loki who takes his place. So again, we're seeing this almost Yom Kippurish switch out of the scapegoat, right? This is actually showing you how your consciousness works, because it's not going to look how you think it's going to look, especially here in this realm. When you invert it spiritually, it makes sense. And mind you, how they show you the seal of Lucifer, when we take images into our mind, we don't see it as it is, we see it upside down.
That whole story about the ants, I've been toying with whether I should say this or not, but I think I'm going to. It took me years, literally years, to find. I had remembered seeing something written about it, but I couldn't find pictures very easily. I can't even remember where I found the image. Did I find it in one of Agrippa's books? I can't remember now. I think it was some other precarious grimoire that I was trying to find these beings. And they use psychotronic technology. I think many people have come close to the ants, the ant beings. I think a lot of people have had experiences with them. They're very weak, very, very, very psychically weak. Like, they can be in a meta concert of psychic potential and one human being will take them all. Like, literally take them into thrall, control their thoughts and their bodies and put them in a paused state so they can't move, and be able to, whatever, look into their minds. And I first came in contact with them in 2009, when they had called my ex-wife out of our bed in the middle of the night, because they couldn't manifest for her around me. And I had lots of alarms set up, obviously in my space where I slept, like, psychic alarms, put them, call them whatever you will, spells. And they were manifesting to her as an angel. One of these classic galactic angel forms. Larger than life. Like, I'm supposed to believe that you are an angel? Come on. You know, that kind of like verging on ridiculous. And they had managed, she had bought a hook, line, and sinker. They had called her out into a field at like 2, 3 in the morning, and she was 200, 300 yards away from our bed in Nandeshwarji ashram, in a little village called Nandeshwarji, which is about 13 kilometers or 14 kilometers outside of Pushkar in Rajasthan, the deserts of India. We were connected to a Guruji Mohan. He has some ashrams, a couple of ashrams. Nandeshwarji ashram was one ashram, and Nandeshwar, in outside 15 kilometers outside of Udaipur, is the other ashram, where he's got a Chandan forest in his ashram. Fascinating. In the middle of the desert, sandalwood forest, rocking and rolling. Anyway, she had been called and bamboozled, and this angel was about to take her out of her body on a journey when my alarm bells tingled. And I was brought out of my dream state, but I was still in one of the Russian dolls, outside of the physical body, bigger body. And on the etheric realm, I hadn't entered into my physical body yet. So I had come from the astral into the etheric. And so I could see her. Obviously, you can see through walls and everything. I could see her in the distance. And so I projected to her, because that's how your etheric body moves. It doesn't move. It's not bound by time and space in the way that the physical body is bound by space, hence it's bigger. It just moves at the speed of thought to your target. And so I was with her, and I could see the line coming out of her head. And I was like, wow, this is interesting. It's going up. So I became one with this line of energy. I'm morphed into this line. And I traveled up the line, and lo and behold, there's this larger than life angel trying to, like, I'm an angel. I'm like, yeah, really? You're an angel? You in what army? This wasn't right. And so I challenged it with the Trisul, these 3 principles in one, and concentration. And it has to meet you halfway with whatever you present, whether it's a name, whatever techniques you use. The law of give and take, causality, comes into play. So what you give, it has to represent and be able to give back to you. So it couldn't, so it shattered. And in the process of it shattering, there was a surge, obviously, that came out of me that short-circuited somehow the technology. And then my ex-wife could see me, and she could see the 3 of them. And I was hovering, suddenly I was hovering outside a craft. I was like, holy crap, this is a craft. And it's a saucer-shaped kind of a craft. Maybe more like a bubble. But like, obviously you can see right through the craft, because like the walls, you can see through it. And I was in my etheric body. So I was like bound to the spatial dynamics, but not in time, so to speak, but operating through the time frequency that is reality. And I could see these 3 beings, and they were sitting on a throne. One here, and one behind. And this angel had been projected sort of as a projection of the consciousness of the matriarch who was sitting on like the highest chair. And she had her one hand on the shoulder, or on the shoulder, or the back of the one, and her other hand sort of here. And she had resting in her hand a rod with a kind of like a mask that goes over, the face, like a psychotronic piece of technology that looks like moving liquid, but it's metal. And she was trying to figure out why this thing had broken immediately. She didn't understand what had happened. She was a bit mind blown. Because the three of these forms create a psychic form. She can modulate with this technology to create Jesus, Buddha, Jesus, Buddha, angels, the guides, any of those saints that you can imagine hearing of, the galactic masters and teachers, and the list goes on. And so they can create something that resonates with your imagination. And that was obviously my ex-wife's idea of an angel. It was bigger than life, man. It was too flashy. It was just unrealistic. And it was too colorful as well. If you've had any experiences with I can't remember what they're called. There's a certain kind of human being which is bigger than us. But they're the most beautiful human being you've ever seen in your life. When you see one, it's like, my gosh, this is the most beautiful being. You fall in love with these beings. It's like the perfection of the face. I think it's got to do with the physiognomy. They're exactly the same. Everything's exactly symmetrical. The face is so beautiful. It's like better than the most amazing, beautiful face you've ever seen. Whether it's a man or a woman, you'll just fall in love with this face. Like, I think these are like what we call the angels. The Norse, I call them the tall Norse, whatever they call them. Nordic races, wherever they come from. They've got superior technology. You can't track them, you can't follow them, you can't interact with them. They are totally out of your league. But a lot of the other beings, you can track them, you can watch them, you can scry them, you can remote view them, you can affect them. But anyway, these were like, I couldn't quite decide if they were mantis elements, but they reminded me more of ants than mantises. But there's something in the shape of their heads, bones, sharp things on them. It's a very scary looking thing. I wouldn't want to face it in a street fight. I reckon they'd be pretty lethal in a street fight. All those spikes everywhere. Gosh, where's the soft spot? But psychically, they're very weak. And when their technology faltered, I somehow grabbed them all, kept them in thrall, and they couldn't move. So they're very, very weak. And I wish I hadn't allowed my ex-wife's chatter to put me off, because I was drilling into the matriarch's mind to find out the secrets and the knowledge of why you were here, why you were messing with my wife. And then my wife was down there and she saw me drilling into the mind. She projected to me, is this right? And I had to stop and go, free will. And I let go of the grip I had on these three beings, and they were able to move again. And because when you're outside of time, you can affect time in a way through the etheric. Or you can operate outside of time. I'm not quite sure how it works. But anyway, these beings, it took me years to find the image of one. I think it comes from Arabic scrolls somewhere. But they're definitely reminiscent of the ants. Very much reminiscent of the ants. And the information that I could find about it, this was years and years and years ago, because this really bugged me for a long time, because I'd never seen these beings. I was well acquainted with the lizards, with Pleiadians, with various different other beings out there, but I'd never come across these. And it goes right back into our very ancient history, and these beings were messing with us. And they were part of some order of demons, according to these ancient grimoires. So I take the talk of ant people very seriously. And I'm sure that those Native American people have had the same experiences when they've been outside of their bodies and seen these beings directly. And so it brings back to these films, why these films are being made about ants, and why we speak about antique. Why something's an antique when it's old? Because these beings, they're very ancient, very, very, very ancient, and I think they joined the jinn. They're somehow connected to the jinn. They're not the jinn, but they're somehow connected to the jinn. I think the jinn are able to control them. Anyway, there's my 2 cents worth.
Yeah, I know that they're an ancient race. They are connected, also known as the mole people to some, but thought to be a subterranean people that would tunnel under the seas, even sometimes, and come up and create passages between lands, but could live underground for tremendous amounts of time, probably eons. But it also reminds me of the great spider that led the many Native American peoples up from the tunnels, particularly the Cherokee. But not to digress, though. But the ant people makes me think of the mantoid alien race that people have had contact with as well. But go on, Gabe. You seem to have something to say.
Well, all of these kind of fall into this demonizing the savior of what is foreign, because these are all earth-based spirit animals. The mole, the ant, they're all inside of the earth, and they serve as a savior, as somebody who's gonna we are the ant people. And isn't it fascinating that even the word antichrist is demonic? And so even when we say the word antichrist, there is a seeding, a bug, an insect, a suggested little pest in the word. So yeah, I think it's fascinating that the word antichrist has horns. In all of these animal totems that are earth-based, they all have horns. They have antennas. Even and the Taurus, the symbol of Taurus, is the bull-horned character, very mercurial again. Nice.
Yeah.
I got a couple notes from a couple of weaves almost a half hour back, but I think we can thread it all the way back to present. Picking up a little bit from the dragons and the Eastern zodiac, because Carlisle, you mentioned that we're going to enter into the year of the dragon soon. One of my old weaves has to do with the word tarot card in reverse spells drac to rat. Drac to rat in the Eastern zodiac is Aries to Capricorn. When you go from dragon all the way to the rat, you're actually doing a 9-month birth cycle. And so drac to rat being hidden in the word tarot card is encoding an Aries to Capricorn 9-month birth cycle. And that is so fascinating to me and strangely appropriate in a lot of ways. But I find it very, very interesting if we're moving into the year of the dragon next. That it will be very significant if that's the next year. Is that right? Hello, did I hear you say we're moving in? I guess we're in the year of the tiger now. Did you say we're moving into the year of the dragon?
Well, no, the year of the tiger was last year. We're in the year of the cat or the rabbit, and
Rabbit.
we'll be in the year of the
Okay.
dragon in the beginning of February next year. Yes, indeed.
Okay, that's even sooner than I thought. Okay. Wow. Well, thank you. Thank you for pointing that out. We were, we talk about these serpent people or the she drake or the nagas, all of these Eastern stories. I love bringing forward the Scythian technology of pants. They were thought at first when the culture of the Scythians was new to a people, the people would spread the rumors that these Scythians have serpent legs because when they walk, they are literally walking on separated limbs for the first time ever in public because the Greeks always had robes and togas. And so your legs were actually not articulated, they were not clearly seen. But the Scythians are coming around and they're walking around in pants. And so they were rumored, almost, it was just a kind of a way to make them seem like a boogeyman or exotic, extremely exotic. They would say that these people walk around on serpents, but that was actually just pants. And the funny thing about the word pants is that it relates to the number 5 again. And sure enough, it is Eastern musical systems that use the pentatonic scale for their music. And so, again, with the East having to do with dragons, having to do with serpents, having to do with these Scythians, and the fact that they were more inclined to harness the pentatonic scale. So I wanted to just kind of share those little ideas that were bubbling in my mind back when we were talking about the Drac to Rat. And then another fascinating thing has to do with the Russian flag. The flag of Russia is actually you can flip it upside down and it is a dragon's face. It is the head of a dragon. And the little banners are very much like the whiskers of an Eastern kind of Asian style of a dragon. Those banners become the whiskers of the serpent. And all of these facts are just really fascinating because on the Russian flag in particular, it has Saint George riding on a horse and he's slaying the dragon. He's spearing that dragon. But the victory, Saint George's victory that is depicted on the Russian flag, his victory actually becomes inverted. It goes up, turns upside down when the dragon's face is brought to the fore, brought into your consciousness, meaning St. George would be thrown off the horse. And there actually are mysteries and mystery schools that prophesize that when King George is thrown off of his horse, or when his horse is tripped up and he is thrown off the horse, then all of Revelation will come. But that Revelation's here, that's darn sure. But that is also not only telling us to flip the flag upside down so that the dragon becomes the victor and George becomes the loser. it's also encoding the fact that the Pegasus constellation is actually upside down in the heavens. The big horse in the sky is an upside down horse. It's mirrored actually in its representation in the heavens. So yeah, I just thought I would share kind of all these little weaves that were bubbling in my mind as we were coming along. Nagas, the word Nagas, is spelled out in the periodic symbols for salt, mercury, and sulfur. Salt is Na, and then mercury is Hg, which swings both ways. Mercury is always swinging both ways. And then S is sulfur. So NaHgS spells the Holy Trinity of alchemy. And so the word Nagas is encoded in the periodic table with the Holy Trinity of salt, mercury, and sulfur. And it's in the order that it's supposed to be presented. It's not like mercury and sulfur then salt. It's in the exact order it's supposed to be spelled out in the name of the Nagas creatures. I find so many aspects of the encodes from the periodic table. They really confound my own mind, because I'm so often inclined to believe that the periodic table is much older than they tell us, that they've been basing information on the periodic table for much longer than we're told. But I won't go into that. Yeah, I just thought I would bring the Nagas back on. And so Draco, the Draco constellation, is very busy circling the North Pole. It's actually even closer than Ursa Majora. So whenever we mention the serpent and the wisdom of the serpent, we are speaking of the wisdom of the electromagnetic grid of the realm. That is really the most subtle level of information. When we're speaking of the serpents, we're talking about the electromagnetic charge.
So the periodic table is far older than it is purported to be. And there's a myriad of ways to see that, whether it is looking at cuneiform and the correspondence is there, or if you use gematria, you'll see that all 118 abbreviations sum to 10,260, right? Where the periodic table itself is 260, the level of table of elements is 206, the elements is 126, and mirrors out at 1206. The reciprocal is 126. The equality is 126. This goes back to not just the quantum realm, but again, it goes back to virology, right? This is why you have and I couldn't figure this out for years, right? It really used to piss me off. Why would you have a center for disease control, right? As opposed to, because you'll see The Walking Dead was kind of like the exception to the rule, especially for those of us who read the comic, because they didn't give you a reason. They didn't tell you exactly how it happened. They've of course changed that, but it typically had something to do with the CDC. So you have to ask yourself, well, why would you hold on to these diseases when you can just destroy them? Oh, for nature, for science, that makes no sense. It makes perfect sense, because this is a mirror of the duad, as above, so below. This is again what gets activated at death. This is what they show you. In every single film, cartoon, narrative you can imagine, some way, somehow, these protagonists are dead and they're going through the duad.
Yeah, man. What was there was one of those zombie films where the father got infected by a single drop of crow's blood in his eye, and then he turns into a zombie right away. Uh, and that was a horrible scene, as it was standalone, as it was enough. But then I realized that there's quite a few spiritual rituals involving that, but one of which is, uh, Odin hanging from Yggdrasil and giving up one of his eyes, and then going crazy, going into a frenzy or a madness, so that he could come back and bring the knowledge of the runes to the people. But they kind of, but they took the ritual and the story that is sacred in its own context, and then they sensationalized it in Hollywood and turned it into something horrible. Um, I see a lot of that going on. But you're so right, man. Looking back at the zombie thing, I realized that they were broadcasting so much, so long ago. Uh, yeah, they really were broadcasting. And there's all these rules to how the zombie paradigm rolls out. And sometimes they tell you how, and sometimes they don't. And that leaves you kind of in a strange state of doubt. That's what he had to do in World War Z. They actually spent the whole first act of the movie where Brad Pitt has to suss out, induce experimentation to find out what the parameters are of this infectious agent. Um, Remember that he did a countdown, and he finds out that it changes people in a certain amount of time, and then he had to find out that if he gets a little bit in his eyeball or if he gets a little in his mouth, is that going to change him? And he was actually experimenting on the fly throughout the movie. And I actually went back, and I don't know if anybody's read those books, but the books are separate from the film, but they all work together. They all cohese into a broader, larger narrative. In the movies, I highly recommend everybody pay a lot of attention around the rule of the 10th man, and specifically the scene where Brad Pitt goes back to the Middle East, where they just finished building the wall. For hundreds of years they've been building that wall, and they finished the job in the exact same week that the zombie apocalypse kicks off. Pay attention to the rule of the 10th man. That's a scene I refer back to a lot. And then another key reveal, well, a couple more key reveals. One is that they have to go to CDC to save the day in the film. They actually find out that infecting yourself is the only way to save the day. Some kind of oxymoronic cognitive dissonance saves the world. And then the other part of that film of World War Z that was extremely revealing was the scene where Brad Pitt and the soldier she just saved him and he saved her in return. She got bit on the hand and he had to chop off her hand. And so they're doing a second dress. They're undressing. There's a reveal is happening, and then there's an occultation that's about to happen. So they're taking out her wound and they're redressing it. They pour alcohol. She takes a shot, and then he's going to cauterize the wound and sew her and stitch her back up. And in that moment, the entire plot turns on its heel when that girl, who is one-armed now, she's lost her vestigial organ. She says, "Now I'm nothing but a liability." And that word liability turns all the lights on in the main character. And he starts having flashbacks, and he goes through and montages to all the times in the movie when the zombies were avoiding people who were sick. And he realizes the weakness of this virus is its own ferocity. Its ferociousness is hiding its own weakness. And then he comes and goes to the CDC to save the day. He actually gets the plane to find the nearest CDC possible so he can save the day. Very, very fascinating what's going on underneath all of that writing and programming. But the fact that it was liability, yeah, jump on, because it was liability that really should punch everybody in the face, because it was liability and the lack of liability that allowed the world to get shut down.
Yeah, even without change, virus, an actual mind virus or whatever it may be, based on those movies, which we've been conditioned predictive programming. It makes me think of just regular mob mentality, and of course you get into how they're great at marketing and nudging the herd one way or another. They've done their experiments. So when you get into even just a regular mob energy mentality, and you can dehumanize another group of people, and that makes it way more palpable to destroy them. Okay. And that could be like we see them as zombies, and imagine a bunch of refugees shuffling their feet, having walked to your area looking for refuge, and they'll kind of look ragtag, like almost like a zombie horde, because they're tired and hungry and all that. And but if you dehumanize a population or a group of peoples, it's way easier to take them down, which is what they do in all these zombie movies, especially the Walking Dead ones. You just shred a whole bunch of people. That also has it's always multiple layers. It can dehumanize us into just taking out people, and I even think of something as simple as a sporting event, and you're at you're for like the other team. You have another color hat on or jersey, and you're in the minority, and then you could get marginalized there. You could get real, some sporting events could get real brutal, but and that's kind of like that. And it's a herd, it's a mob mentality. So we've seen it in the last couple of years. You're an anti this, you're an anti that, you're questioning this, you're questioning that. They'll marginalize you, and you need to be put. I mean, seriously, Gabe, there was messages like, "Oh, you're anti this or that. You're a detriment to the safety of everyone else, and it is our duty to put you down, perhaps." Right? All those movies. So I see that even without the science of changing, changing people into monsters or whatever. You know what I mean? I see that on a regular. How we are now, just based on the mind virus. There's mind viruses. Anyway, I just wanted to make that correlation there.
Yeah, I recently learned about how there are companies who are very experienced in what is it called when you caravan, when you go on a caravan to a sporting event, it's called a
tailgate,
whatever, tailgate party. Yes, there are companies that are very accomplished at facilitating tailgate parties and really venerating their team, and they have like things that banners, they have tents, they have all these portable caravans that they can go and they can facilitate events for different teams. And depending on who's paying them, one day they're for the Packers and the next day they're for the Bears. Well, they've taken all of that technology, all of that event coordination, and they've actually weaponized it to another level. And so the same people who were doing that kind of stuff, now they're doing it for political rallies and political campaigns and political events. And so it moves from this arena of like, oh, it's all sports and fun, and we can all, do our sports thing. And then the seriousness of it goes up a level when it's like, okay, now who's going to come and, facilitate our takedown of the statue event? And just like you said, Ronan, about weaponized fashion. That is the craziest thing I've ever learned about, is how simple it is to just put a pink vagina hat on somebody, and now you don't have to think about their soul any longer. Or you put a Make America Great hat on, and you don't have to discuss their geopolitical insights, and you can just start presuming about one another based on what you're wearing.
And it's all based on fear. Fear those different looking people.
Right.
And it's definitely not love. You know what I mean? It's definitely not out of love.
Yeah. I got a new term, Ronan. I think you'll love this. You could take this one forward. I call it hat dread. Hat dread. And this is hatred over dreading what kind of hat you might choose to wear. Hat dread. And there's a large amount of hat dread in the world. And that is just judging people based on, what sect they're repping up on their dome piece.
Disjoint us. And it's funny how, we were talking about ants, and then you have those word with plants, and you have, in some ways the connection, they defile the connection, the oneness. There's the hive mind that can be used as a weapon, which is what we're kind of touching on. The horde, the hat red of the horde. You know what I mean? Or it could be a beautiful thing, the oneness with the branches and the roots and the trees, and us being synchronous with each other. But they defile that oneness. So we're like, instead of oneness and love, it's oneness and fear. And that, so it could be like everything could be used as a weapon or a beautiful tool. And yeah, they use that. And I came across something recently about the dragon, and not to circle back, but it's somewhat relevant, and as well as the Om chant. There's a lot related to the Om in the word games that we like to play. Om with electricity, the Ohms, and with the dragons, with that electrical energy, the Ohms. Basically sexual, like an X tension, bringing the soul back on, plugged in, and with the X is tense, an X chromosome, all that. And I know with the cake and the placenta and even comedy, all this, it's all related. Man, even dragon, just reminded me, everything's related to the procreation, the spark of life as well. I don't know if that tied in with what we were literally just talking about, but it just reminded me of that. So sorry if I'm weaving. Not weaving the Moses basket, but weaving all over the road. You're swerving. Sorry if I'm swerving.
It's all good, buddy. Let me pick up what you're dropping here. So the dragon is also he's hoarding the hoard, the treasure. He's also
boom. Yes.
And so another thing about this dragon is he is generally brought up to keep everybody in their designated lane, to make sure we don't weave too much. And what is really beautiful is dragons, plural, with the S on the end, in reverse is snow guard. And snow guard is a fascinating name for the creature that is keeping the poles secured. that is hoarding the treasure of Polaris. There's actually a dragon at the North Pole. That's Draco. And then at the South Pole, there's also a dragon down there. It's Hydrus, not Hydra. Hydra's feminine. Hydrus is a masculine Hydra down at the South Pole star. So there actually is a serpent at both of the locations where there would be all of the snow. So there's a snow guard dragons above, and there's a snow guard dragons below. As above, so below.
Dude, this
So yeah,
is
that one is really fun.
Thank you. I love how I could just throw some randomness and you could just pick it up. I just randomly was looking up, going deep diving into the name Edward. I somehow I don't know what led me there, but I wasn't doing it to do any sort of presentation. I was just, I just went down a little rabbit hole on the word Edward, and ward is guard, and I love how you took that horde. So I was saying horde as the masses, the unwashed masses. You took horde and with the dragon and connected it with that. Oh, that's a tremendous. So it made me think of, I was literally just looking this up the other day, just Edward, and I forget what the ed part was. I'm sorry, but ward and guard are essentially the same word. And Edward, it would be a guard for like
Education.
not like a squire, but like almost like a knight in kind of a way. A protector, a ward, a guard, a protector of treasure in a way, or something like that. Forgive me,
Maybe
Teachings.
maybe it's your head. Maybe it's your head.
Oh, guarding,
Guard your
yeah.
head. Like a helmet.
Yeah.
Have you considered ed, as in co-ed?
Hatred. He just touched hatred a second ago.
So co-ed is obviously boys and girls. So what does ed mean? It means one of the sexes separated.
Yeah, continue. I wish I would have kept notes on this, because it was, yeah, you're on it with that.
So you could say that Edward would be the way to protect the sexes from each other in an abstract sense. Yeah.
Right.
Well, protecting your, it also could be a good thing, obviously when you have a raiding part, you have some sort of raiding party, they kill the men and then take the women or something like that. So that is a practical resource to guard the women, which are very important to your population, so that I'm sure there's a connection there.
The name Edward comes from Edwine, which means rich, or riches.
And stopping breeding.
Yes, riches. Thank you, Indy. Yeah, so you're guarding the riches. That's where, yeah, man.
Edwine.
And then that's what reminded me of, the dragon and the horde. Yeah, wow. Thank you.
Yeah, and I also wanted to mention that it's been whistleblown by some people that the Cabal or the Sacred Societies of the Saturnians and the elites refer to the masses as the Walking Dead or the undead, because they consider us to be willfully ignorant, and that we don't read up and understand that we're being deceived and figure it all out, because all the information is there, but we don't look for it. So that's why they justify shaming us and things, which makes it easier for them to take advantage of us, justify that for themselves.
Yeah. I want to weave on that point. They say that Lucifer is the father of initiation. And what happens here is our society is built up such that you have to become initiated in order to make a knowledge claim. There's a lady in the Senate. She's like, she can't tell you what a woman is because she's not a biologist. Well, she hasn't been initiated enough to make a claim on what biology means. So these initiatory practices have over secularized our ability to other people's abilities to think and discern and have judgment to a detrimental degree. But I think that's fascinating that that phrase still holds some truth about Lucifer being the patriarch of initiation, because they rely on a default. They rely on tacit agreement. They rely on a fallback setting. The presumption that you won't do something, triggering their ability to initiate because you didn't say no. That really is so much of how the mechanics of the realm comes into facilitation. It gets dominoes moving. I want to throw just 3 quick points on the table, and then I'm gonna take this to the phone, and I'll be in the chat. I'll still be dialed in, but I'll just be in the chat for the next hour or so. So the 3 topics I wanted to mention are kind of relate back to Loki a little bit, but then also the 1, 2, and the 3 in the numbers of this episode. But some of my research around Loki has brought me to this Hildegard saint. She's a patroness saint, a female saint, patroness Hildegard, and she has a fascinating name. Her name is they used her name as the first cannon that Napoleon used. One of the most the biggest cannon in the days of Napoleon was named Big Hilda, old Hildegard. But the patroness that it's named after, she was known to have written extensively about the 7 deadly sins and the 7 holy virtues. And that is a pattern that really triggers me, because the 7 deadly sins and the 7 holy virtues are alive and well in the Enneagram project that I do. So anytime that I see these old wisdoms speaking on the immortality of vice and virtue, then it definitely gets my ears perked up. But her name Hildegard is the root to the word gun. And so whenever we use the word gun, it's actually triggering back to this patroness who has this history of being a carrier, a torch carrier of the 7 deadly sins and the 7 holy virtues. And then also Loki, the film Loki, I learned that the director intentionally used music while they're in the library doing research. She used the exact same music that was in the film 7 when they were in the library researching the 7 deadly sins that make the foundation of the movie 7. And now I know the motif of the style of the clothes that they're wearing in Loki is based on the movie 7 and on the 7 deadly sins and the 7 holy virtues. So again, I'm seeing this an echo from the 7 deadly sins and the 7 holy virtues informing art today as they're re-engineering society. They're re-engineering social norms. They're bringing the 7 deadly sins back to the table for us to work through. So I just thought I would kind of put that on the on offer. And then the last thing I want to share is a discovery that I made a couple months ago around the sequence T minus 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0, blast off. That phrase, that
Head in a
ritualistic
box.
ceremony, yes,
Loki, they put the head
that
in the
ceremony,
box at the end to unlock. Remember that one guy? He said put your head in this thing to turn it on. And Seven also had that whole head in the box scene. Loki both had
interesting.
a head in
Yes,
in like a box type scenario. So you're onto something connecting
right.
those for sure.
Interesting. Super interesting. So, so yeah, this last thing is that the countdown, the ceremonial countdown. Sarah means wax, by the way. Cerebellum is the wax, the battling wax of your brain. Okay, so that countdown, the ceremonial countdown, T minus 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0, is actually encoding a subliminal message to fight for threat to one's hero. It's fight for a threat to your heroes. And so when we associate to these Superman, let's say Superman's your guy. Well, guess what? They're going to always trigger you by putting a stress on your guy, on your hero. Let's say that you voted for this guy. Well, guess what? They're going to piss you off in exactly the perfect recipe and formula because they know your demographic because you chose that guy. And so you've exposed yourself by associating to him. So they're going to put a threat to him, and then you will be triggered to fight. And that was always the program. And it always will be the program long after we're gone. We're going to pass this on to the kids, and the kids are going to learn to fight for threat to one's hero again and again and again in perpetuity. But we've named the spell. We've put words to the spell. We've named the devil, and we can inform the kids. Don't believe the hype. Don't fall for the trigger phrase. All right.
So,
Oh,
hold on, Gabe. Hold on, real
right.
quick. Khalil shared a recent comic book story about Loki and Thor, and Loki basically took Thor and put him in like an alternate universe controlled by Loki, and was really making him angry, was pissing him off, right? And Thor could not beat his way out of it, and then as soon as eventually Loki, as soon as Thor learned what Loki, and this is through agitation and everything, as soon as Loki felt that Thor was the lesson was properly learned, so to speak, he and it seemed like he was in this place, seemed like Thor was in this place for like weeks, months, and then he brings him back to the regular timeline, and he was only gone for like a second. So that Loki, as annoying, and Thor's like, I got something important to do. How can you send me here? But he did it to agitate him and to unlock and prepare him for whatever obstacle he was going for, that needed to conquer or whatever, right? So yeah, he was your hero was getting agitated on purpose to strengthen his, you get it, right? So I just want to throw that out there before you left, man. This is interesting. This is so synchronous. It's beautiful.
Yeah, I even think of in football, we have the cadence or the the countdown before they hike the ball. And I think it's fascinating that there, sometimes, okay, so we used to play certain schools where the code that they would speak before hiking the football was actually designed to bring you out of your body and into your intellect, to kind of stun you. And so they actually would be out there, and in the middle of the football game, the quarterback starts screaming about pornographic imagery, and all of a sudden, for 1 minute, you're like kind of laughing. You're like brought out of the seriousness of the competition, and then they run a trick play on you. And then the next time his cadence gets weird. It's called an audible, is when you change it on the fly, But I just think it's really fascinating that we, as a collective, have been adhering to a silent audible all along. And every time you say 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0, we've been whispering silently. Our ancestors did it, and the kids that for years after we're gone are going to be saying, "Fight for the threat to one's hero." And that's really is the ultimate trigger. You know, that's what people get, you know, all up in arms still to this day. Or else cinema wouldn't be any fun. You wouldn't care if the movie is going to go well or not. If it's going to turn out for the good guy or for the bad guy, you wouldn't care otherwise.
Yeah, you need a
Strange
little intact.
system.
Yeah, I mean, if back in the day they say we were the realm was all Zen and everyone had all the knowledge and everyone knew all this stuff, and they just ended up sitting around in full Zen mode and just lethargic because they knew everything. And so the creator had to change things up and hide some stuff for us so that you have to go through this hero's journey, which is hilarious. It's funny how a lot of these shows we even touch on, like the hero's journey. I think we all touched on it like months ago. That's part of it to unlock that kind of enlightenment or whatever, as opposed to just giving you everything. Here's all the knowledge, and you'd be like, cool, I'm just gonna sit here then. You know. But anyway, I don't mean to keep you, Gabe. If you have to go, I'll be quiet, man.
So much love to you, brother.
It's all
Gabe.
good. Yeah, I'll still be in the chat. I'm just taking you guys with me on a walk, and yeah, I'll be in the chat group.
Thank you, as always, for bringing your scintillating intelligence and your experience and your knowledge to bear, and your creative impulse as well. Always love having you here. And there's been a lot of really interesting elements being thrown onto the table here, taking a look at how these words twist and how these frame of mind, putting heads into boxes. Oh my gosh, that's something, huh? Putting a head in a box. Well, they're telling us something there, aren't they? They want to box our minds. Who was it that removed the head? The headless horseman. There's a story, an ancient story that relates to that horseman that would remove the head, and the head would be under the arm. And it's symbolic.
I think the story was oh gosh, was he in a guillotine? Was he guillotined for something? I can't remember exactly, but continue, Franklin. I'm sorry to interrupt, man.
No, I mean, but the story goes even before that. It's like a very ancient story. And it's part of an old concept ritual, which is a metaphor as well for having your head under your arm, is a sort of a metaphor as well for disconnecting from your mind, allowing your instincts to drive you. And if you're being driven by your instincts, then it's easier to be manipulated, if that makes sense. So I think it has a lot to do with the mind control element. Disconnecting your head is obviously the easiest way to take control. If you can get control of somebody's head, you get into their temple, between their temples, in their temples, you can literally control their thoughts. And we are in this thought controlling era, where bank accounts are going to be closed in the UK if you say the wrong thing on social networking. This is what they're pushing for. Yeah, it's quite a serious step. This is how far it's going. So it's mind-bendingly delusional to the level of what legislation is starting to control people's lives. I mentioned earlier, I don't know if you're aware of this, Ronan, but the UK laws are changing that people that are not in the UK can't have accounts there anymore, which is bizarre. In most countries, you can have a bank account. You put money in the bank, you've got a bank account, right? Like, if so, they're really getting really strict with how this is going to work and how this is supposed to work, and it's quite a
Digital. I was going to say digital feudalism. They want to go back to feudalism. They want to. We're trying to, again, with that. That oneness could be good or bad. We're trying to break borders naturally as a people. You know, we can communicate. We're talking now. You're in South Africa. You know, and a lot of us are in different places. They want to silo that as well. This communication, whether it's as well as financial, right? Maybe I can't send you money, Franklin, because I'm in one district and you're in another district, right? But we have technology where we can get into a digital oneness and grow from that, but they don't want that. So they're putting in these laws and rules. You can't say certain things in certain places. You can't do business in certain places. You have to use their system, which is the same as the old. They want to, just like, even technology in the past and present, they want to control that and restrict that, which is what they're still doing now to this day. So this is just a digital technocracy version of that. And that's, and that fight or flight mentality, so much easier, create all this Hegelian dialectic stuff and to more easily control people so they're reactive and in that fear mode as opposed to in the love mode. We're going to see a lot more of that separation digitally. We've already seen banning and censorship over the years. That's getting worse. So what you just mentioned, the thought crimes, right? Like I say all the time, I may not always be right, but I'm never lying. So how come so you guys hear me all the time. I'm wrong all the time. Is that illegal? You're going to make that. You said the wrong thing. It's like, I said the wrong thing. And what? You're going to fine me or something? It's like, what are you talking about? But anyway, that's what's going on. You can't question. And obviously, the old saying, who those who controls you by those you cannot criticize. And so that's what we're dealing with. And to naturally, cosmically, DNA code, you name it, trying to break borders of all kinds and become more closer. I just look at and Khalil can attest to this, like the information, the cross pollination of different minds that is happening that we've noticed recently is incredible, and they don't want that. They, quote unquote, they don't want that. So it's very it takes their control away, takes their power away, and gives you power and me power. They want to move that power to them as opposed to us. Because the game will be up. They're the game controller. That's why they're called controllers. So they want to be the controllers of the game, and they want you to be an NPC, a non-player character in the game. So yeah, man.
I think this is quite an interesting perspective because it does sort of relate to specifically when we're looking at the monad, the duad, and the triad. So the monad is the essential reality. The duad is the potential that's becoming the reality. And the third aspect is almost like a reflection of the first reality, if you want to consider it in such terms. And so they are basically disconnecting the three from the two, in a sense. Seems like what they're trying to do from a numerological perspective. And I'd love for Khalil to also chime in here, because it's like breaking the pentagram open. And what we were talking about earlier with the straight line, duality, representing the 180 degrees. When we look at what that represents, the potential represents the astral and the etheric. That's the polarities represented by 180 degrees. 72 degrees is the etheric, 108 degrees is the astral. The astral. So I've got a piece of nuts in my throat. And so when you look at, like, for example, that's why my first two series are 108 episodes, because it's the astral codes. And then my next series is 72 episodes, because it's the etheric codes. And I'm working them back to front so that it's inside out, so that it conforms with certain principles in terms of the world, like upside down. We have to change the way our eyes are working to see reality as it is. Our brain has to recode everything for us. I think they're trying to create this disconnect between these two aspects of reality. And that's what these films are also about, I believe, to create this disconnect. And I believe that what we call this disconnect is fear. Fear is what disconnects the two from the three. You see, you have the one and the two. They can't take that away from you. Who you are is what you are. And the two is the potential. But 1, 2, 3 is the magic to make it happen. Yantra, mantra, tantra. And when you disconnect the mantra from the tantra, it means that you can't manifest. And it's like they want to disconnect us all from our potential possibility and power to manifest and become co-creators in this universe of possibility. So I believe that's one of the reasons why 1111. See, there's a subtle suggestion here that is talking about 1 and 1 being separated from the 2. So, and then reverberating the 1 and 1 again with the 2. So it's almost like they're trying to hide the 3, if that makes sense. They're trying to skip the 3 and go straight to the 4. Trying to build the memory without you being a part of constructing the memory, if that makes sense on an occult level. And I do think that this is partially why a lot of these numbers keep coming up in their plans, because they do not want to acknowledge 3. Because 3, when they acknowledge 3, then they have to acknowledge the power of Jupiter in action, in dynamic action. And the power of Jupiter in dynamic action is what we discussed in the last round table, which is the Duality, or the Zeus, which represents the fundamental of who we are, the fundamental of love, the fundamental goodwill that is the processing emotion that produces a synergy between people, care, compassion, and fundamentally brings us all much closer to each other. So there's this definite trend that we can see moving around us at the moment, and the numbers would be reflecting this trend and keeping us locked into the structure. And while they are locking us in and trying to separate our 2s from our 3s, so that we can't get the 1, 2, 3. And Carlisle, I would love for you to break down give us a breakdown of 123. I think it's a very powerful number when we look at 123, because it's 12, and it's got the 3 added on, which is the 1/4 of the 12. I'd love to get your verdict on 1, 2, 3.
Well, 123 essentially is showing you the magic of creation. It's showing you the principle, the divine principle of woman, man, child. There's nothing greater when it comes to manifesting, whether you are an initiate or an adept. You have to learn the steps And typically there's a 3 magical component to any and everything that we do. Numerically, there's so many different principles across so many different ciphers, but you can't get away from who you are. No matter where you go, there you are. That is representative in the 123. The 1 is the divine principle. You know, when you have a trinity of numbers, you can always reduce, right? So the 23, if you look at the 23, in terms of, let's just go with power, representation, right? We can get into Saturn, we can get into Michael, not only Michael Jordan, but Michael Jackson, right? That's a whole other story. But this is how power looks quantumly, because it's going to be displayed in ways you wouldn't necessarily think or you wouldn't necessarily be drawn to. And to get back to your other previous point, this is why you have the gatherings that we have today, because it's more about the thought. We're actually getting back to the principle of the mystery school, where it's about the high thought. I remember first learning about some of the principles behind the idea of the cults and mysteries of Isis, because that's what Freemasonry was called, you know, beforehand, before the boys got a hold of it. One of the things that stayed the same was you had to have a belief in a higher principle. You could say higher principle, or you could say higher self. But it's all you. It's all quantum. The thing about understanding the quantum reality that we're actually in is if you can think it, it exists. There's no getting around that. You couldn't think it if it weren't at the very least possible. So idea goes from conception, inception to realization. You can see how that's evident. The beautiful thing about sacred geometry and the numerical code is once you see it, you can't unsee it. So if you go back and look at your life, or the life of anybody who kept some sort of record, right, you can see it enacted. There's no time where it's ever silent. There's no time where it's ever not present. You just have to become aware of it.
Thank you, brother. That's beautiful, beautifully said. Beautifully elucidating and rather poignant. And obviously the 23 chromosomes, the decade, the 100 multiplied by the 23 chromosomes is a very interesting concept. And it's definitely a move towards rewriting our DNA, because it can be rewritten, and they figured out how to rewrite it. So there's definitely a game on to try and change us. It's sometimes makes me feel like the world's being terraformed and our DNA is being reconstituted and reorganized. And it's not in our best interests. It's sort of like they come into our home and they change our home so that they can be more comfortable in it, if that makes sense. A lot of people don't like to look at the us and them structures, but there's very much a big part of this that does need to be understood, because it is an otherworldly invasion on some level. In the same way that these days we've become more sophisticated than just dropping bombs. You know, they send in bankers with briefcases to take over some country. And so these other beings have got even more sophisticated ways of taking over our proverbial zone. It does seem to me that we are literally fighting for our lives, but most people don't realize it. And it is that divine war that is outlined in the Bible and various many different places. 123 in the Bible, Ramah asked, I'm not sure where 123 fits into the Bible, to be honest with you. Remember that the Bible is a highly edited. It's like I was trying to explain to my son, and his mom had a little bit of a wet panty contest. Excuse my French. When she saw this, she had something on the verge of almost a nervous breakdown, I think, because I was pointing out to my son that the Bible is a bunch of books that were written by people, and some of the people were psychotic, and these books were edited and added to it. And I bring it back to the idea of a bloke wanting to kill his own son on a rock because God told him to do it. And I'm like, whoa, God told you to kill your child on a rock, cut his heart out. And then the convenient fix for that little screw up is, oh, no, but then it was a test. Yeah, so that's how God tests you. Kill your own kid. It's more like some demonic possession was taking place in this human being. And just before he went through with the deed, somehow the powers of the Holy Spirit intervened and said, oi, you're losing the plot, mate. You don't do that to your kid. That's not how you worship. So, and that's like rather fundamental if you look at it. And there are a lot of these little instances in the Bible that just are so backward. And what they've done with the original story, from how Enki gave the tablets to his protege to build the ark and get all the germs from all the animals and plants, keep the germs in the laboratory in the boat, and how that would survive the Great Flood. They've edited that story, which came from cuneiform writing, so many times, that not only have they changed the name, but they've turned it into a joke where 2 of every animal went into the ark. I mean, it's broken telephone at best and delusional writings of mad people that were psychotic and possessed at worst. And then some genuine writings in there. So my point, Rama, is that I don't think we can rely on the Bible, sadly, as it's been so translated in modern times and translated from every language to every language. And let's not forget that it started off in ancient Greek but was read in Latin. Well, there's a huge problem there already. 2 different languages that just don't fit. So I'm very reticent about taking the Bible to heart too much, in fairness, just because of these fundamental facts. And the way in which it has been used, sadly, has harmed people. And it's sort of taken away the gnosis of the message, where the real message was a message of gnosis, to my understanding, which is basically saying, come to me in threes. We're back to the 1, 2, 3. So there's some interesting gnosis that comes through when you look at the writings in the New Testament, right? And come to me in threes means you need to recreate the monad, duad, and triad. Recreate this mathematics and come to me. Bring that. The mother, the father, and the child. Come to me as a family. Come to me as, like, being grounded and real. And it's something that's been disconnected of late. I think families have been broken and disconnected, and everybody's floating all over the show. People aren't really connected to their families as they should be anymore. And I think it's one of the reasons why we are being divided and conquered, because they literally got in between people and their families. And one of the ways that they did this was by the trick of employment. The employment means you need to be there, and you need to be there, and you need to be there, and you need to go from there to there, and spend your time going from there to there, so you don't have time to see your family anymore. And they need to be going there and there. And so they've got everybody running around like little rat circles, rat race, to try and keep up with the financial circus. And it's left us all lost and confused in this ridiculous dream of fantasy that they've created for us, which is the money go round.
Yes.
To a large degree, I agree with you, Franklin. But to a large degree, I say we have to take accountability, because no one can learn any of these things for us, right? So there's always been this level of esoteric and exoteric. You know, there was always this level of information for the priest class, and then there was a level of information for the masses. The masses now more than ever are heading towards a critical mass when it comes to consciousness. Because of that, you have more foot on the neck approach coming down from quote unquote Mount Olympus or on high, right? So that's actually meant, I look at it much the same way as sleep paralysis. Sleep paralysis is a boogeyman when it comes to spiritual awakening and those of us who are a little bit more spiritually inclined. But for those who aren't, what it is a jump start, forcing you into your spiritual path, right? If you're familiar with the Sephirotic tree, we can literally see what's called the fall of Lucifer, right? The fall from the crown, the fall from Kether to Malkuth, from heaven to earth, and we have to rise back, right? But no one can walk that sacred path or that sacred timeline or that hopscotch for us. No one can call that number on our telephone pads, which is mirrored in the exact same way, for us. We have to do it. I say that to say this higher level of information is what's talked about when we talk about casting pearls before swine, you know, and some of us do it yet and still, because there's no other way you're going to pick it up, especially in this world. But you have to do the work. You have to understand, wait a minute, when these two children, when these two bears maul 42 different children in the Bible as a punishment from God, you know, when God sends out snakes to kill the Israelites for asking to eat, you know, something other than manna, something in your mind is supposed to click when you see this man about to sacrifice his son. Something is supposed to click when you see Sodom and Gomorrah get destroyed for their idolatry, and then the bloodline of Lot is continued in the exact same way. Something is supposed to click in your mind when God is supposed to be omnipotent, omniscient, and omnipresent, but he asked Adam in the garden, where are you? Something should click at some point in your mind, and you should say, why didn't you just start with the flood? You have to ask these questions. You have to come to these self-realizations. You have to temper your mind, and you have to use your emotions to do it. And you asked to be born into this life path, with this name, with these parents, with these victories, with these traumas, with these horrible losses, with all of this to garner, to mold you in the same way that your mother's womb molded your skull, so she pushed you out in order to walk this path. Why do you think we have soles on our feet? Soul connects to soul just like the sun, which is solid gold. When we have solar flares, we have gold increases in the earth. It's also spiritual. So you're walking the golden path, for those familiar with Doom. You can see it all in the mythology. You don't have a choice but to show it to you. But you have to recognize it.
Very well said, Carol. Very well said. But I'll still say working is a scam. I hate it. But of course, you know, even though we're made to freaking pay for a living, even though we're made right, even though we're made to pay for a living, it is they make it to be such a distraction. Such a distraction because, you know, you got to pay bills. You don't want to be homeless. You got to put food on the table. This and this and this and that, you know. And it's harder, especially if you don't have your own, like, let's say your homestead. If you provide your own food, your own water, you have a land, this and that, whatever, then okay, then you work to maintain that. That's fine. Working is fine. You know, but the way they have it set up in this world, everybody knows, you know, it's meant to distract us and to keep us busy and to keep us from asking those questions, right? And really doing the real spiritual work. You know, yeah, I have to send the kids off to daycare, I have to send the kids off to school, and then the schools teach them. You know, it's all a plan that was put into place to keep us from who we are, you know.
I can agree with that to a large degree, but I wouldn't say it was done just to keep us from who we are. I would say more so it was done to push us to who we are. Because if it wasn't for that resistance, so many of us wouldn't move, right? But at the same time, we are the ones who chose to incarnate into this life. It wasn't your parents. It wasn't your bloodline. It wasn't a god or a deity or a demon or an angel outside of you. It was you who chose to sign that contract and come into this life knowing full well every single detail, but choosing to forget. So you would realize, according to the bloodline and the instinct that you chose, no one can realize that for the individual. You see what I mean?
Well, I agree. I agree with that, you know, but it's also to whoever it's given to, because not everybody comes to their, you know, to their true self. You know, you have everyone that just lives and dies and doesn't have any type of spiritual awakening, you know. So what's to say about those people, you know? But hey, I'm grateful. You know, I'm grateful to be on this side. If I chose this life, honestly, yes, I've gone through a lot, but I'm still extremely grateful. Still super extremely grateful.
Well, think of the idea of the multiverse, right? We don't even have to go that far, but just as a point of reference, we all know that we have a higher self and we have a lower self, right? So the people who may not necessarily be coming to their full potential or choosing to go to their full potential or think that they have too much resistance in this life for whatever reason to go to their full potential, they're ultimately choosing their lower self, right? Because when you choose the higher self, when you follow spirit, when you're obedient to spirit, your spirit is the one it never shuts up talking to you because it wants you to achieve your highest purpose. It knows if you listen to it at all, the chances of that are exponentially greater as opposed to you just listening to your body or listening to your lower self, right? Think about let me give you the example of Avatar. If you remember Avatar, when Jake was cast out, because mind you, they told you he was crazy from the very beginning, right? Mind you, he was dead. This was his death journey through the Duat. In order for him to conquer and to take over the tribe, he had to fall into his lower self. How do we know this? Because he had to jump aboard Tarak Mao, the giant red bird, from flying above it in his own bird. And I'm saying bird, but that wasn't exactly what it was, his dragon. And what color was it? Purple, green, and blue. The colors of the higher chakra. But Tarak Mardu was red, right? He had to fall into his root. He had to fall into his beast mode. And when he flew back into the camp, they gave him the crown because he had conquered his lower self. And that's not exactly how they portrayed it, but if you understand symbology, that's what was being conveyed. But that's what I mean, because if we only look at the surface, if we only think our life is a series of circumstances that never really existed, and we live in that energy as opposed to letting it come and go, and we don't achieve our highest, we're not here to be caterpillars. We're here to be butterflies. But no one can go into that cocoon for you. Ultimately, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, absolutely. Totally agree. I love how you always break down the movies and the analogy of the movies. I love it. But guys, I definitely want to give thanks to everyone for being here. And I'm just going to have to go and have dinner with the kids. Today has been a very hectic day, but I enjoyed the conversation. I enjoyed everyone coming in. You guys are amazing. I'm so glad everybody's doing well. And thanks for everybody in the chat as well. And I just want to wish everyone peace, love, blessings, health, wealth, prosperity, success. And I'm sending everyone so much love, so much love.
Thanks, MoonFeather. So much love back to you as well.
Thank
Thank
you.
you for being
Have a wonderful
with
dinner. And thanks for being here on the show. You're the best.
All right, Kiki. We'll talk to Soraya. We'll talk later, Soraya.
Of course.
Take care, sweetheart. Bye, everybody.
Have a lovely meal.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
I was hoping to mention this before MoonFeather left, but 1, 2, 3, he referred to the progression, order, and divine guidance in the Bible, as well as, you know, the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. But
Sorry, can you say that one more time?
In the Bible, 1, 2, 3 can refer to the progression, order, and divine guidance. And so in that sense, I thought of like progression of the monad, and then order of like individual monads coming into harmony to create order together, and then divine guidance of like either the divine guiding upon them or them dividing upon their progeny and giving the guidance towards love for that progeny to find order and create a union as well.
That does sort of stand with it. I mean, there's a lot of different ways of looking at that, but it does sort of make sense. And it would be bound in hidden terminology. I think that's exactly what's been done. And I think what Kalal was saying was very much on point about it's a gnosis. And I believe this is what the original message was, is that it's a gnosis. You do it for yourself. No one else does it for you. You don't go and sit in the church and the priest does it for you. Somebody else does it for you. So he read the Bible, so he's going to teach you now. No. Which is how they want us to be. They want us to be sort of, well, the old idea in the Catholic Church was what? That you went and you paid the Catholic Church to expunge your sins, right?
Yeah.
And so the bigger the sin, the bigger the cash transfer, basically. And so the priest was gonna like do all the work for you. And you were like, okay, well, how much you got? That's it. Your sins are clear, man. Is that it? Done. Right. Thanks. Whew. That was lucky. So this is how they've wanted us to think, that it can be done for us. And the same metaphor of the priest will do the studying for you, and you just sit down and become a receptacle to the priest's knowledge. Or don't worry about your kids. The state will look after your kids. They'll educate your kids. They will not mind control your kids. They will not brainwash your kids. They will not, turn your kids into another brick in the wall, so to speak. The wall that separates humanity from itself and each other. So there's definitely this pattern that we can see, which revolves around the idea of looking outside of oneself. And I think this is really where where the issues come. Like I keep explaining to my son, like I won't go into a church where there's a graven image of God on the wall. And Christians look at me. They go, "What do you mean?" I mean that pagan thing on the wall. I don't have anything against paganism, but I don't bow to statues or to, you know, to a graven image, because I believe that it fixes something which is supposed to be abstract into a form which is supposed to be abstract, in my perspective. And it's like you go to India and you still get it today, right? Like people will have the forms in their shrines that they will do their pujas with. But then in India, there was a child sacrificed to bring rain. How many years ago was it? Was it 7 years ago? 8 years ago? It was a big story in the media because a child was sacrificed, like blood sacrifice. Somebody's child was murdered to make it rain. So I think the moment you start to fixate on the physical form with the images that relate to the spirit, you possibly can fall into the trap of trying to change things that shouldn't be changed, if that makes sense. Like, I don't think we're meant to change the weather. I know that there are people changing the weather and messing with the weather, but in my perspective, there's certain things that you don't mess with, even if you can, because of the consequences are beyond the scope of your awareness. You know, you want to change the micro weather where you are. What about the people somewhere else? How will it affect them? You know, what are going to be the repercussions on a global scale? You change the weather in one place, you've changed the weather all around the world. If you think about it, it's an inconsiderate thing to do if you're coming from the perspective of consideration. So I do think that it does force us to want to become egotistical in our own pursuit of our own ends, where we are supposed to be sort of like animals, in my perspective. And animals, they go with the flow. They flow with the river. They don't want to change the way the river flows for them. They will go with the river. They will move with the water. They will move with the weather. Birds will migrate. Instead of trying to change the weather, they'll go where the weather's good, because that's the beautiful thing about this planet. But the only thing that they've got us on is that we're not allowed to just freely migrate anymore. So they've really got us on the borders. And because they've got us on the borders, they have basically drawn out our pen, our kraal, our barn for us. And so they've got us in our little barns, drawn out with our borders, knowing where we're allowed to be and where we're not allowed to be, and fixing our situation in this dilemma that we're in, where in a perfect world, people wouldn't live in a place when it's too cold and in the ice and the snow. You know why? Because they would migrate to a warmer place, and that warmer place would probably be too hot, and then people would migrate to the cooler place. And so I think humans were meant to migrate like birds. Anyway, that's just my take on one of the things that's wrong. Is we're quite capable of migrating, we're quite capable of moving around, and we spend a lot of time traveling all over the show. If we weren't traveling every day for work the way we do, for employment, the ploy of employment, then we would be able to utilize that travel towards something more grand. And so there would be like grand migrations. And if you look back in history, it seems to be what humans used to do. We used to migrate in grand ways when there were issues. Like, I'll give you an example. In the Himalayas, there'll be certain places where the farmers will build little temporary homes where they'll go during certain times. They'll take their animals there and they'll live there with their animals for a while, so their animals can feed in that area. Then they'll bring their animals back to their other land, which is their land, when their land is recouped, you know, grass and all of that, so that it can be abundant. And so that's like a very small scale of migration, which you can see right across the Himalayas happens as a norm. And so there's this very interesting situation that we've seemingly become entrapped by, which is this fixed scenario where there's nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, in as much as I mean from the elements. And so this is why this reversal of the El Nino is such a big deal. In England, you're going to be getting some interesting weather patterns. I noticed the sea the last 2 days. Extremely cold. We had 10-degree water here from the Indian Ocean, where I am, which is unheard of. It's only like 17, 18, 19. To drop 8 or 9 degrees from the usual water temperature, it tells me that something is wrong, because we do not have 10-degree water here. It's not supposed to happen. So this is obviously a bigger pattern in the oceans that's happening. And it means that certain currents are pushing harder than they should be. It means that the Atlantic current is pushing harder than it should be pushing. Why would the Atlantic current be pushing down south harder than it should be? It's got to be something to do with the Gulf Stream. So those of you in the UK, if it's getting really cold, I'd be getting a little bit concerned. Stock up on blankets. So yeah, I think we've come to a point where we've probably put quite a lot down with regards to everything else that's happening. But this is very much the spell binding that we're suffering in the world. The spell binding being the spiel. The spiel is a game, the game we were talking about earlier, and the spiel is also a mirror. I'm sure Soraya will mirror that from the Dutch. A spiel is a mirror, and you spiel a game. So this is where we're at. You know, we are playing this game of reflection in our own backyard, so to speak, and we're being manipulated in the most gruesome and horrendous ways. And it's definitely time for us, those of us that can, to start thinking and trying to plot to find a way to get off grid, because it's the only way forward as I can see it. Like literally growing your own food, because then you know it's safe, because the game is to take total control. That means total control means food. So we do need to recognize this, and the spell is on the silver screen, which is a silver mirror or black mirror.
Exactly. You've muted yourself. Again, you've muted yourself.
I think he's on it. The Black Mirror is a fascinating thing, though. All right, I think we lost Franklin for a little bit. He'll be back in a minute. And the Black Mirror. Have you guys seen the show, The Black Mirror? I think a lot of you have. I've first heard mention of the Black Mirror in the writings of Carlos Castaneda and the Teachings of Don Juan series, where they use a black mirror and they put it in a stream, and it creates a portal to the underworld. But the anthropologist that's there taking an apprenticeship to take peyote with the witch doctor there, he has not been able to get a hold of his own demons, and so they were able to take him out and bring him through that black mirror into the underworld. So the shaman had to go in there and retrieve him from the chthonic realm and bring him back through the black mirror. And so he realized it wasn't time for that ceremony yet, because he was not far along enough in controlling his inner demons to be able to go into that stage. But the process was so that he could eventually go into an entheogenic ceremony and take the peyote with the shamans. But regarding the black mirror, So we were talking about the Black Mirror while you were gone, Franklin, and if you want to pick up on that, you can.
Are you talking about the children's film from many years ago?
I mentioned the show The Black Mirror, but I was talking about the writings of Carlos Castaneda and the teachings of Don Juan and the Yaqui use of the Black Mirror to enter the underworld.
My friend is also right. That same
Tell us more. Tell us more.
Black Mirror is also in that movie from years ago. Snow White.
Soraya, you're very soft, by the way.
Oh. And now. I guess the mic was away too far.
What were you saying?
And what I was saying, that you were right about that children's movie from years ago that all kids watch, that even as a complete merchandising line.
Is that
But
like the mirror?
Yeah, that one. If you look at it closely, it's black. It has a deity in it, which looks like a demon.
Yeah, that's a common theme. That actually happened with Don D and Edward Kelly. They use the Black Mirror to scry and communicate with the demons or the angels.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if Alistair
So you were saying something a moment ago, Indy?
Yeah, I was talking about how the Black Mirror was used by the shaman in the book series, The Teachings of Don Juan. It opened up to the underworld, and the apprentice of the shaman was stolen by the demons, and the shaman had to go in there and retrieve him. There's a lot of amazing things that happen in that book series. Like there's one point where he meets other people that are shamans that are further along, and they're older, the teachers of his own shaman, and they shapeshift into animals and go running around in the wilderness, and then they turn into like cryptids and things, and he watches this all happen. That's just amazing. We have some people in the chat remembering the teachings of Don Juan. Thanks, Chels. And I got a lot of wisdom from that book, but it's really about overcoming your fears. And there's a lot of shadow work that's done for that apprentice to be able to take peyote. But they kind of mentioned that gringos are like really uptight usually and don't work on themselves enough. They don't have these spiritual tools or these practices, especially with entheogenic ceremonies. Like he uses Jimson weed first to prepare him. I've never had experience with Jimson weed, but these are just like native herbs to the region that have been used for herbal healing of the spirit and alchemistic practices of self-transformation from long ago, before the Europeans all came over of the current day, monarchy. There was times when there was peppered in like different types of European invasions or unions that happened over in the Americas. I know that it said that the Irish came over centuries before the English and just integrated with the Native Americans. Why some of the Native American tribes have red hair or freckles. They just have a lot of freckles now.
That's a very interesting point. That does sort of hammer home this migration patterns on the planet and the way humans used to migrate. And the Black Mirror is definitely a very powerful tool. Obsidian. Obsidian. I love obsidian. I must admit, I do rock my obsidian. I've got black, gold, silver, and rainbow obsidian, and I love them all. And that is typically what the black mirror would be made out of. And it was used for scrying. But obviously, the thing about the black mirror is it's a very two-way, it's like a two-way walkie-talkie, I suppose. So beings can communicate with you through it, where when you're scrying with quartz, it's a little bit different because the quartz relates to the sphere of the moon. So it puts a certain filter over the experience, if I can use that word. So if you're scrying on a being that's not in this dimension, then you can see them and they can see you seeing them. But something can't look at you through your lens without you seeing them looking at you. That's like the filter, I would say. With the obsidian, I think things can crowd around on the edge, corners, sort of like take a wee look at you, you know? So it's obviously used for shadow work, yeah, the obsidian. And so you'd be looking into your own shadow. And looking into your own shadow can reveal lots of powerful insights and powerful lights, but one needs to be ready for that, right? And one can uncover more than what one is ready for if one drives too deeply into the shadow work. That's why I always say, like, if people are doing shadow work, they need to probably prequel it with doing the opposite work, at which point they get stuck and they need to do the shadow work because the shadow is now pronounced. And then there's the danger of getting addicted to the shadow work as well, because the shadow work is such a powerful thing and it can bring forth so much knowledge and power from the underworld, because the shadow work is essentially engaging with the underworld on a deep level. And so using these obsidian, these black mirrors, so these phones have been designed essentially to be black mirrors. And so when your phone's off, you spend a lot of time looking at this phone. It's a two-way mirror into a parallel dimension where beings can look back at you through your phone. And in ancient times, people would have been very mindful in how they used a black mirror. And there would be purification rituals and correct etiquette used when performing certain of these deeds or utilizing these tools. And lately, it's just become something that we do when we're half asleep. We got our phone and we're sort of staring at our phone before we go to bed. Black mirror, yeah. Carlos Castaneda's. We're carrying them in our pockets. That's the reality.
Obsidian is powerful. I use obsidian and onyx and shungite and tourmaline. It's a black form to withdraw negative energy for me. Well, not negative energy. Well, yeah, something to do with that. Dark energy helps balance and create temperance, and use it for constructive means, transformative, transmutive energies.
It increases ESP as well.
Mm-hmm.
And when someone's ready to work with that, it's very powerful. Like obviously, it's probably not for everybody though, immediately, if that makes sense. Like it's for people that are ready. I remember I wasn't drawn to obsidian initially, many years ago. I had to work my way into obsidian, if that makes sense, you know. And I had to do a lot of work in order to create a pimple spiritually that wants to bring the stuff to the surface. And then the obsidian was a great use for this work. Though I do think, though, that these phones are a lethal piece of equipment, because also the AI element and the fact that these beings can operate on an electrical level and magnetic level. So they're able to affect your phone, which is an interesting concept. Yeah. Like the technology can be affected by beings in the eighth sphere, is what I've come to appreciate. And so it just means that this technology is more dangerous than what we realize spiritually. And we can see the psychological effects of these phones on us, you know, the addictions, the self-esteem, all the issues that people get from their phones, from spending too much time on their phones.
Supposedly the silicon was gifted to John Dee by the fallen angels in exchange for human sacrifices. And it took them, I don't know, centuries to be able to refine it into the computers that we have today. But it's been in process for many times, ever since the beginning of the expansion of Europe into the Americas, which John Dee had a strong part in, imperialization of England to the Americas. In order to get all those human sacrifices in order, they created a military strong arm of the establishment here. And then Aleister Crowley had a similar experience with Iwas. In exchange for his gifts that was given. But I love his tarot deck, but he did some dark stuff.
Yeah, there's definitely it's got a beautiful deck. I don't use my Crowley deck very often, which is interesting, but I love it. So I'd love for us to wrap this up, to have our last spit at the table. It is getting late on this end, and I think we've been running now for a good number of hours. What is it?
5.5 hours.
Yeah. Throw what you can at the table for the closing round. And it's been great having you all on the show. The guests. Ramar, it's a pity you came so late, but I hope you're well, my dear. I hope you're thriving. And the slick is here. John D. Sacrifices, yes.
OG
Charter. That's an interesting perspective for people to want to go and pick up that thread, look it up, follow it, 007. I do love the theme song. So yeah, I'd love to give you guys a chance to throw your last spit at the table. And Kalal, I don't know if you've last things you want to say.
I'll give Kalal a minute to get back on here. I wanted to mention the connection between Canada and England. I know that the British princess was hidden out in Canada before for a little while, and England still gives their thanks. Oh, you know who it was actually? I'm thinking of the Dutch princess actually, but I think there's a connection with the British as well. They both give their thanks, and the Dutch send the tulips every year to Canada.
Yeah, true. Because during the war, the Dutch Queen fled the country to Canada and never reclaimed the throne when she got back.
Left the Dutch for good.
Yeah.
Oh,
So actually, the Netherlands isn't really the Netherlands anymore. There are other parties that are ruling over the Netherlands, and that's why, like, Germany is now kind of like the boss over the Netherlands. Because if you look carefully at what happens in Germany and what happens in the Netherlands, you'll always see that the Netherlands follow up the orders that are given in Germany. And it's
wow.
always not right away. It's always a matter of weeks, months,
Crown Princess Juliana.
so that people cannot connect the dots
Baby
between
Irene
the two.
Beatrix left and sailed for Canada in 1940. Made Ottawa their home. Wow. Crown Princess Juliana of the Netherlands left the Netherlands,
Yeah.
Canada. And this was in 1940. Now, what I was talking about may have happened at an earlier time. I'm not sure.
Kalila, are you with us, brother? Well, what would I like to say? It's been a great discussion. The 1, the 2, the 3 has been as easy as 1, 2, 3. The 1, 2, 3 above the firmament becomes 4, 5, 6, which is the embodiment of 7, 8, 9. And this is the decade, the 10. So I think this is something that we need to consider very closely to understand the nature of polarity, to understand the yang yin. I've been teaching my little boy about the yang yin. He's been drawing his yang yins on the beach. He's starting to appreciate it. He's not got the grasp of it yet, but I think he will. I think it's something that we should all contemplate. Excuse me, it's getting very late. Very, very deeply, because it's such a powerful symbol. It's one of the most simplest, powerful symbols that sort of put everything into perspective, and it's got so much in it, even though it seems like it's so little. Truly a marvel of genius that has been thrown at the world. And it's literally the drawing of a toric field. They've literally drawn a toric field. How it looks if you were to try and represent it in 2 dimensions. And so you've literally got a toric field to look at, and it explains to you how a toric field works. So the physics is in there, the quantum entanglement principle is being expressed, which is etheric. It's really truly profound. So I think it's essentially what it is understanding the 1, 2, 3 can really uncover everything from the tree. Because the 1, the 2, and the 3, the tree. So to understand the tree of life, we want to understand the way 1 and 2 make 3. Now, it sounds redundant. It sounds really simple. Well, 1 plus 2 is 3. Is it really that simple? I would urge all of us to go home and contemplate it every day. Spend like lots and lots of time considering it. As simple as it seems. Sort of like martial arts is when you take a basic technique and you break it down. You do it again, you break it down. You do it again, you break it down, you do it again. And then you master it to a greater degree the more you do it. And it's a sliding scale of mastery. So the more you practice it, the better you get at it, until it starts to become a part of you and you no longer have to do it. And then you are no longer fighting. Then you are, as Bruce Lee said, practicing the art of fighting without fighting. Because it's just a state of being that expresses what's within. And I think that's really what we want when it comes to the occult therapeutics. We want it to become a mechanism of our thinking. so that it's an automatic and innate response for the mind to think in terms of symbols. And to consider things in terms of the symbolic is a way to grasp things which are ungraspable as a concept. Certain things cannot be grasped and held, but they can be grasped by the mind in a certain degree. If one allows oneself to think abstractly enough, one can perceive on the astral realm what cannot be perceived on the etheric realm easily. And to use astral realm information is to be able to travel through the world of the emotions. And so the emotional intelligence needs to become activated. And I think the 1, 2, 3 is a wonderful way for bringing the emotional intelligence into the picture by simplifying the concepts to such a degree that the polarities being considered start to speak about codes, and the codes will start to feed the emotional intelligence with information that isn't present but suggested. Anyway, that's my last bit. I don't know if Kalal, you have anything to add? You with us, brother? Maybe Kalal has fallen asleep or has gone off. I don't know. Don't know what the time is where he is. It is a long discussion. Oh, there you are, Kalal. Bless you.
I would just add, well, first and foremost, thank you so much for the space. Thank you for this timely topic. It's imperative, in my opinion, that we always strive to be our highest self. And there's absolutely no way you're going to get to that without paying attention to where your spirit draws your attention. There is no difference between attention and energy. They are one and the same. So if you can think it, you can do it. If you can think it, in fact, it's already been done. So it's just, it's what you gain on the journey to that realization that is the real goal. So with that, I'll bid you love, peace, and power, Soraya, Indy, Franklin, everybody in the chat. And thank you, and I look forward to seeing you all very soon.
Om Shanti.
Thank
Much
you,
love.
brother. Thank you for gracing us with your knowledge and your presence. And I pray you have an absolutely gorgeous day. What about Indy and Soraya? What are your last words? It seems like we'll be wrapping up by 1:45.
I just wanted to make a quick mention of the Trinity that I was mentioning earlier. Some information about how I interpreted the unity as the unity of making the self whole, and the duality of the sacred union. But the Trinity I wanted to mention that I had not touched on earlier. The interpretation I wanted to talk about, and refers to there's the self and the others, and then there's the divine, the one within all, the creator, the observer of all things. And so when we can realize that when we look at another, we're also looking at a higher aspect of ourselves, because we're all one. And so I believe all life is one, and that represents to me the Trinity, the idea of the holistic aspect of the illusion of the self and other. So I just wanted to mention that. And if you want to check out some more information on me, you can find me on Facebook with Indy Sage, or Raw Sentinel on Instagram. And my blog is at vibetribescribe.wordpress.com. But thank you so much, Franklin, and everybody that's been on the panel today, and our wonderful audience and viewers and commenters. Many thanks to all of you. Much love to everybody.
Thank you so much, Indy, for joining us, bringing your heart, bringing your love and your knowledge, and bringing your insights, which are valuable, especially since discussing the 1, 2, 3 is very much looking into the shadow, in a sense, looking into the darker parts, the parts that we can't see because it's so abstract. So thank you once again. And Om Shanti. And what about Soraya?
Miss Shy over there.
Are you with us, Soraya?
You're on mute right now.
Maybe she stepped away from the phone.
Yeah, could be.
Well, I'll be saying goodbye to everybody. Soraya, if you do come in, let me know. Sending so much love. Thank you all for being with us. Ramar, Blee, Polly, Slick. Thank you, Slick, for joining us. Thanks
Yeah.
for being in the
Special
discussion.
thanks to Slick, MoonFeather, and Khalil.
Experience and knowledge.
Gabe.
Thank you, Soraya, and Polymathing, and Naraka. Thank you for bringing your awesome chat spirit and your information and your ideas. Thank you, Vega, for being in this space with us and take a little trip with me. And everybody else that's been a part of the show.
Yeah.
Thank you all.
Mexico.
Om Shanti.
Om
And
Shanti.
Soraya, if you're here, are you with us? Maybe she's gone off to do something. It's quite late on her end. So much love to everybody. God bless you all. May the future become the beautiful, abundant, joyful realm for all of you. Om Shanti. Take it easy. Don't forget to smile. Keep it real. Keep it sweet.